Hello guys, welcome to the Fiction Blue. Today we have an incredible story for you. Harry used a secret Parseltongue spell at age 6 to summon every snake in Britain to guard Privet Drive. If you enjoy the video, please like and subscribe. Let's get into it. Chapter 1, The Night the Garden Woke. The nightmare always started the same way. Green light. A sound like the world cracking down the middle. And then a voice, not a person's voice, not something that had a face or a body, just a voice that existed the way cold exists, the way dark exists, filling every corner of the space behind Harry's eyes until there was no room left for anything else. He always woke up before it finished speaking. Tonight he woke up gasping, both hands pressed flat against the thin mattress of his cupboard cot, heart hammering so hard he could feel it in his back teeth. The cupboard was dark in the way only very small spaces are dark, dense, close, the darkness pressing against his face like a palm. Outside, number 4 Privet Drive was absolutely silent. No cars. No wind. Not even the Dursleys' enormous television murmuring through the floor above. Harry sat up, cracking his head on the shelf where Aunt Petunia stored the spare light bulbs, and bit back the noise he wanted to make. Making noise at night was on the list. The list was long and mostly unspoken, and Harry had memorized all of it before he could properly read. He rubbed his forehead. The scar, that small, jagged lightning bolt scar he'd had for as long as he could remember, was burning. Not badly. Like a coal that hadn't quite gone cold. He'd asked Uncle Vernon about the scar once. Only once. He didn't ask again. Harry pulled his knees to his chest and breathed. The nightmare was fading the way they always did, leaving only the residue, the green light and the crack of the world sound and the cold voice, and he sat with it the way you sit with pain you can't do anything about, waiting for it to become small enough to set aside. That was when he heard the garden. Not a sound, exactly. More like a shift in the quality of the silence, as though the quiet outside had changed texture. Harry frowned at the little slatted vent at the base of the cupboard door. He could see the hallway through it, dark, empty, the foot of the stairs visible as a pale shape. Nothing. He closed his eyes and the burning in his scar pulsed once, like a second heartbeat, and something moved through Harry like a current through water. Not painful. Not frightening. He would think about it later and not have a word for it. He was 6 years old and had a very small vocabulary for the things that happened inside him, but what it felt like, in the moment, was rightness. Like a door opening. He opened his mouth. The sound that came out was not English. He didn't know that yet. He just knew it was something he needed to say, the way you need to exhale after holding your breath too long. It came out in a low, continuous sound, full of sibilance, full of something that wasn't quite rhythm but wasn't quite not rhythm either. A long, hissing sentence. Then another. Then a third, this one with a rising urgency that surprised him. He felt it more than chose it, and then silence again. Harry sat in the dark with his mouth open and his heart thudding and thought, what was that? He pressed his eye against the cupboard vent. The hallway was still empty. He waited for something bad to happen, the way something bad usually happened after anything strange. Nothing did. Eventually he lay back down, pulled the too thin blanket over himself, and slept, dreamlessly, for the first time in longer than he could remember. The screaming started at 6:30 in the morning. Not Aunt Petunia's morning sounds, the kettle, the radio, the efficient clatter of breakfast preparation. Screaming. Full-throated, sustained, the kind that woke up not just Harry but presumably the entire street, because within 30 seconds Harry could hear voices outside and what sounded like a car door slamming. Harry tumbled out of his cupboard, barefoot, still in the two large pajamas that had been Dudley's and before that possibly Dudley's father's, judging by the size, and stood in the hallway blinking. Uncle Vernon was on the stairs. He was wearing his dressing gown and his face had gone a color Harry had never seen it go before, not the usual red of anger but a chalky, mottled white, like bread dough with all the life needed out of it. He was staring at the front door. The front door was open. Aunt Petunia was in the doorway. She was the one screaming. Harry looked past her at the front garden and felt the world shift slightly on its axis. The garden was full of snakes. Not one or two. Not a handful that could be explained by an unusual morning or a neighbor's escaped pets. Full. The lawn, which Uncle Vernon kept so rigorously short it barely qualified as grass anymore, was moving, covered in a shifting, scaled tapestry of serpents in every size and shade that Britain's countryside could produce. Grass snakes, thick and glossy green. Adders, their diamond-patterned backs catching the early morning light. Smooth snakes, rare enough that you could go a lifetime without seeing one, here in numbers that made the ground seem to breathe. There were dozens. There might have been hundreds. They were not moving aggressively. That was the thing Harry noticed first, ahead of the fear he probably should have been feeling. They were arranged. Settled. The way you'd arrange furniture, purposeful, positioned. They ringed the property in overlapping layers, facing outward, and none of them were moving except the slight continuous motion of breathing and the occasional lifting of a head, tasting the air. A few of the nearest ones turned to look at Harry. He felt the rightness again. That same door-opening sensation from the night before. "Get back inside," Uncle Vernon said. His voice was barely a whisper. "Get back inside right now." "Where did they?" Harry started. "Inside." Harry went inside. He stood in the hallway and looked back through the still open door. Aunt Petunia had stumbled backward, pressing herself against the wall, hands over her mouth, still making sounds, and watched the snakes in the garden do absolutely nothing threatening whatsoever. Uncle Vernon shut the door. Locked it. Put the chain on. Stood with both hands flat against it as though they might knock. "Call someone," Aunt Petunia said. She'd stopped screaming and moved straight into a tight, controlled panic that was somehow worse. "Vernon. Call someone right now." "Call who?" Uncle Vernon said. "Who exactly does one call for?" He gestured broadly at the door. "That. Animal control. The council. Someone." Vernon turned and looked at Harry. His eyes, small, piggy, but currently rather large with fright, moved over the boy with an expression Harry couldn't quite read. It was the expression adults wore when they were adding something up and not enjoying the sum. "What did you do?" Vernon said. Not a question. An accusation with a question mark as an afterthought. Harry thought about the sounds he'd made in the dark. Thought about the way the snakes in the garden had looked at him. Thought about the burning in his scar and the current moving through him like water. "I don't know," Harry said. Which was mostly true. Vernon stared at him for a long moment. Something moved behind his eyes that Harry didn't have a name for yet. He'd come up with a name for it later, years later, but right now all he knew was that it made him want to take a step backward. He held his ground instead. He wasn't sure why. It just seemed important. "Go to your cupboard," Vernon said. Harry went. He could hear them out there all day. Not the snakes, they were quiet, whatever quiet meant for a creature with no voice. He heard the neighbors. Mrs. Number 2, in the early morning, making a sound like she was gargling with alarm. The Peterson boy from across the road, who was 9 and thought he was fearless right up until the moment he apparently got close enough to see how many there were, at which point he made a sound that carried clearly through Harry's vent. A car slowing. Stopping. Accelerating away fast. Around 11 in the morning, Harry heard a van. Men's voices, professional sounding, the kind of voices that have seen things and dealt with them and invoiced for it afterward. A long silence. Then the van doors closing and the engine starting. It drove away. He hadn't heard anyone go into the garden. Dudley thundered past the cupboard door twice, once demanding to know if he could see them from his bedroom window. Apparently yes, and apparently this was the most exciting thing to happen to Dudley in recent memory, which said something about the quality of his recent memory, and once to report that the ones on the back garden side had reorganized sometime in the afternoon and were now doing something he described as, like a pattern. Aunt Petunia made him come downstairs. Vernon spent most of the day on the phone. Harry could hear the one-sided conversations, increasingly terse, increasingly frustrated, and pieced together that animal control had declined to assist, citing an unusual volume of calls that morning from across a very large geographical area, and that the council had been politely unhelpful, and that at least one person Vernon spoke to had suggested, apparently, that Vernon check whether any family member had done anything unusual recently, which had made Vernon go very quiet in a way that preceded shouting. Harry sat in his cupboard and thought. He thought carefully, which was something he did a lot and never talked about, because talking about thinking led to questions and questions led to either the list or being called a freak. He turned the events of the previous night over in his mind like a stone he'd found, looking at it from different angles, noting its weight and texture, trying to understand what kind of stone it was. He had made a sound. The sound had meant something. Something had heard it. The something was currently in the front garden and also the back garden and possibly the side alley, based on Dudley's running reports. He had called them. He didn't know how or why, but he had called them and they had come. He held that thought very carefully, because it was large and strange and felt like something that could break if you handled it wrong. He'd had strange things happen before, his hair growing back overnight after Aunt Petunia cut it, which had baffled and enraged her equally. A teacher at school being unable to find him during the worst part of a Dudley-related afternoon despite Harry being right there. The time he'd ended up on the school roof, he still wasn't entirely sure how that one had happened. But those things had happened to him, involuntary and unasked for. This was different. He had spoken. It had been deliberate, or close enough to deliberate that the difference didn't matter. He had called them and they had come. And they were still there. Night came, and Vernon didn't open the cupboard to tell him dinner was on the table, and Harry decided that was probably its own kind of communication. He'd eaten half a biscuit he'd had saved from 2 days before and drunk water from the bathroom tap, and he was telling himself he wasn't hungry when he heard the tap at the vent. He pressed his eye against the slat. A snake was on the other side of the cupboard door. Not pressed against it. Sitting at a comfortable distance, head raised, regarding the vent with an air of someone who had arrived at a scheduled appointment and was waiting to be seen. It was an adder, he could tell from the diamonds even in the low hallway light, and it was large. Large enough that Harry, whose experience of wildlife was limited to the school nature table and a trip to the zoo, felt a small thrill of something that was half awe and half the rational awareness that this was an animal that could hurt him. It didn't look like it was planning to hurt him. It looked like it was waiting. Harry looked at it. It looked at Harry. The burning in his scar pulsed once. That current again, water finding a path through rock, easy and inevitable. Harry opened his mouth. "SSSTich, you came." The hiss came out without effort. It arrived in his throat already formed, already shaped to meaning, the way words do when you've known them so long you don't remember learning them. The adder moved slightly. Its head tilted. When it responded, Harry heard it the way you hear music in a different room. The physical sound was there, dry and soft, a serpent sound, but underneath it, or through it, or woven into it, was something that resolved in Harry's mind as language the way an image resolves when you finally focus. "You called," it said. "I am Voss. I am eldest of those who came to you. I have been moving since before your sun rose." "You understand me," Harry said, out loud, in English, and then immediately corrected himself and slipped back into the other language, the one that lived in his throat. "You understand me. You speak the deep tongue," Voss said. His voice, if it was a voice, was dry as chalk, old as stone, and carried with it the weight of something that had been alive for a very long time and had developed opinions about it. "You speak it without training. This is unusual." "I didn't know I could speak it until last night," Harry said. "I know," Voss said. "I felt it. The sending was untrained and very strong. An untrained sending that strong is rare. The last one I heard was before your grandparents were born." Harry sat with that for a moment. "Why did you all come?" Voss regarded him with flat, gold-slit eyes. "You asked us to." I know, but, why would you listen? You don't know me. We do not need to know you, Voss said. The tongue you speak is a command in itself. Those who carry it are, he paused, and Harry had the impression not of a creature searching for words but of one selecting very carefully from a great many available. Significant. It is not a matter of choice. It is a matter of nature. You called. We came. We will stay until you release us or until you no longer need us. Harry thought about this. He thought about Vernon's face, that chalky dough white, those additive eyes, and about the way things usually went in this house, and about the fact that he was 6 years old and sleeping in a cupboard and had never, not once, been in a position where he could make something stop. Will they be afraid of you? Harry asked. The people in this house. Voss's tongue moved. A slow, considering flicker. They already are, he said. Good, Harry said, and meant it in a way that scared him slightly even as he said it, the same way heights are scary and beautiful at once from the right angle. Don't bite them. Don't threaten them. Just, stay. Be here. That's enough. That is a very specific instruction, Voss said. There was something in the way he said it, dry as drought, but with an edge that might have been approval. Most who hold the tongue at your age simply shout and expect results. I don't want anyone hurt. I just want them to. Harry stopped. Started again. I want them to know I'm not alone. Silence. Voss held his head very still. The hallway light was making his scales catch in colors Harry hadn't known. Adders came in, bronze, amber, a dark stripe of something that was almost purple. You are the strangest small two legs I have met in a very long time, Voss said at last. Sleep, young speaker. We will be here in the morning. Can you get back outside without waking them? Voss gave him a look that Harry was fairly sure translated to I was navigating human dwellings before your species invented the wheel, do not insult me, and moved, in that absolute liquid silence that is peculiar to snakes, back down the hallway and through a gap under the back door that looked considerably too small for him, and was gone. Harry sat back against the wall of his cupboard and stared at the ceiling and felt the burning in his scar subside to a dull warmth, like a hearthstone that's been touched. He thought, I have an army. He thought, it is very small and it has no hands but it is an army. He thought, no one has ever come when I called before. He pulled the too small blanket over himself and stared at the underside of the shelf full of light bulbs and felt something unfamiliar settling into the space behind his ribs. He identified it eventually, careful and methodical as he was about things that mattered. It was safety. The specific, private warmth of knowing that the perimeter is held. He slept. 3 days after the snakes arrived, Vernon Dursley made his move. He did it the way Vernon always did things, with bluster and forward momentum and the absolute conviction that volume was a form of logic. He came to the cupboard at 6 in the morning, banged on the door hard enough to rattle the wood, and by the time Harry had untangled himself from the blanket and pulled the door open, Vernon was already into the opening argument. This ends today, Vernon said. He was in his work clothes. Harry had never seen him weaponize a suit before, but that was clearly what this was, and his face was its usual red. The white was gone. The red was familiar, manageable. The red meant Vernon thought he was winning. I have contacted every relevant authority in Surrey and you will, I don't know how you did this, I refuse to speculate, but you will undo it. Today. And if there is one single solitary snake remaining on this property by the time I come home from work, you'll do what? Harry said. Vernon stopped. It was the wrong thing for Harry to have said, in Vernon's view of the world, and Vernon's eyes went small and hard in a way that usually preceded something that left marks. But Harry had spent 3 days sitting in his cupboard thinking, and thinking had led him to a place that was very clear and very simple. The snakes were here, Voss had said they would stay, and Vernon Dursley was afraid of them in a way he had never been afraid of Harry before. That was new. Harry intended to understand it completely before he gave any of it back. I beg your pardon. Vernon said. The words came out slowly, individually, like he was laying them down as warnings. "If they're still here when you get home," Harry said, "you'll do what?" He wasn't being aggressive. He was asking genuinely, with 6-year-old directness. But something in his tone, or maybe his posture, the fact that he was standing in the doorway of the cupboard rather than cowering back into it, made Vernon's forward momentum stall in a way Harry had never seen before. Vernon stared at him. Harry looked back. "You will send them away," Vernon said, but it had dropped about 30% in conviction. "I don't think so," Harry said. "You will or I'll." "There are 4 adders in the back garden," Harry said. Not threatening. Informational. Adders are the only venomous snake in Britain. Did you know that? I read it in one of Dudley's books. He paused. They won't do anything I don't ask them to. I'm not going to ask them to. But I need you to know that they could. Vernon's mouth opened. Closed. He looked, in this moment, like a large fish that had come to the surface expecting air and found something else. I'm not going to cause any trouble, Harry continued. He meant it. He was not, at 6, interested in trouble, he was interested in equilibrium. In an arrangement that lasted. I just want things to be fair. I do my chores. I'll do them well. I'm not going to make problems. But, he met Vernon's eyes, held them, and felt the burning in his scar pulse once like a confirmation, things have to change. The silence between them was enormous. Vernon was not a stupid man. He was a small man, in the ways that mattered, small in imagination, small in compassion, small in his ability to conceive of a world that didn't follow the rules he'd established, but he was not stupid. He knew when an argument had moved into different territory. He'd been a junior sales rep once, and the instinct was still in him, recognize when you're losing the negotiation before you've spent all your credibility. He turned and walked away without another word. His back was rigid and his stride was stiff and he didn't look back. Harry watched him go. Then he went to the bathroom, brushed his teeth with the old brush Aunt Petunia hadn't yet noticed he'd been using, looked at himself in the mirror, dark messy hair, green eyes behind round glasses that were too big for his face, the scar half hidden by his fringe, and felt, quietly and without dramatics, like someone new. Not a different person. The same person, seen properly for the first time. He went downstairs and made himself breakfast. Aunt Petunia stood at the far end of the kitchen and did not tell him he couldn't. That evening, Harry sat on the front step. This was technically not allowed. The front step was a visible part of number 4 that was supposed to project the image of a normal family, and Harry was not considered compatible with that image, but he sat on it anyway, because the garden was right there and Voss was in the garden and Harry had questions that had been building for 3 days and were now pressing uncomfortably against the inside of his skull. The street was quiet. The neighbors had stopped coming outside at all. This suited Harry fine. Voss came from the flower bed, Petunia's prize roses, around which he moved with a respect that Harry suspected was performance, and coiled himself at the base of the step with the air of a professor settling into an office chair. You negotiated with the large male, Voss said. Did you hear that? The one with small eyes was loud. Yes. He backed down, Harry said. He was still slightly surprised by it. Afraid creatures retreat when the cost of aggression becomes unclear, Voss said. You changed the calculation. That is the first thing a speaker must learn. What else must a speaker learn? Harry said, and he said it in Parseltongue, deliberately, carefully, shaping each sound the way he was beginning to understand it needed to be shaped. His pronunciation was better than it had been 3 days ago. He could feel it improving. Voss turned his head and looked at Harry with those flat gold eyes. Why do you want to know? Because I want to be good at it. I want to understand what I can actually do. Most who ask that question want power, Voss said. The word landed with a certain weight. I want to not be powerless, Harry said. That's not the same thing. Another long silence. A car moved slowly down the street, driver visibly puzzled by the carpet of serpents on the lawn, and kept moving. Sensible. The tongue has three aspects, Boss said, eventually. He settled himself more comfortably, scales whispering against the concrete step. Speaking, what you have already done. We hear it and it compels us, not as slaves, you understand. More as, a request we find very difficult to refuse, from someone whose requests we respect. Command, a deeper form, used to direct in crisis. You have not done this yet but you could, you are strong enough. And the third. He stopped. What's the third? Harry asked. Listening, Boss said. Not merely hearing what we say. Listening, to the deeper things. The old things. The history that lives in places, the information that travels through the earth and the root systems and the stone. Serpents have been listening since before your kind had language. We have accumulated, much. Harry looked at him. You'd share that with me? I am still deciding, Boss said, which was not a no. You are young. You are undamaged in the ways that matter. You ask the right questions. He paused. Ask me one thing. Ask me the one thing you most want to know. Harry thought about this seriously, the way he thought about everything serious. He could ask, why can I speak this language? He could ask, what happened to my parents? He could ask, why does my scar burn? Instead he asked, is Voldemort really dead? The name hit the garden air and every snake within 20 feet went very still. Not aggressive still. Alert still. The way a room goes quiet when someone says something that changes everything. Voss held himself motionless for a long moment. No, he said. Harry breathed. He is diminished, Voss continued, and his voice had gone flatter, if that was possible, stripped of everything except the information. He exists without a body. He has wandered. Serpents have sensed him in the forests and the dark places, thin as smoke, looking for a way back to what he was. He is not gone. He is, waiting. As things do, when they are patient and terrible. He'll come back, Harry said. It wasn't a question. Perhaps, Voss said. Unless someone is sufficiently inconvenient. Harry understood what Voss wasn't saying. He turned it over in his mind, the green light, the cracking world sound, the cold voice that had featured in his nightmares for as long as he could remember, and felt the scar burn steadily, as though confirming something. Then I need to be ready, Harry said. Yes, Voss said. Will you help me? Voss looked at him for a long time. The roses were nodding in a slight evening breeze. Down the street, a light came on in someone's window. In the normal human world, it was just another Tuesday evening in suburban Surrey. I have been moving toward this conversation for longer than you know, Voss said at last. I have carried certain knowledge for a long time, waiting for a speaker worth the carrying. Yes. I will help you. Good, Harry said. He sat on the front step of number 4, Privet Drive, 6 years old and barefoot and wearing Dudley Desley's cast-off clothes, and looked out at the garden full of serpents keeping watch in every direction, and felt the burning in his scar settle to that steady hearthstone warmth, and thought about patience. About learning. About the long view. Across the street, Mrs. Number 2 twitched her curtain, saw him sitting calmly in the middle of what looked like a nature documentary gone badly wrong, and quickly let it fall again. Harry barely noticed. He was already planning. Chapter 2, The Parliament of Scales. The owl arrived on a Wednesday. Harry was in the back garden pulling weeds, one of the chores that had survived the renegotiation, because Harry had been clear about fair rather than free and weeding was fair, when it landed on the fence post with the particular self-important thump of a creature that knows it's carrying something important and wants credit for it. It was a tawny owl, large and rather magnificent, and it had a letter clamped in its talons with the focused grip of something that has been trained to deliver and will absolutely not leave until it does. It looked at Harry. Harry looked at it. 3 of the garden snakes lifted their heads. The owl reconsidered its posture. Harry crossed the garden, wiped his hands on his jeans, and took the letter. The owl released it, ruffled its feathers in a way that suggested dignity was being maintained through effort, and departed with considerably more haste than it had arrived. The envelope was thick, cream-colored, and addressed in green ink to Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Harry turned it over. A wax seal on the back, a lion and snake and badger and eagle arranged around a large letter H. He stared at it for a long moment, running his thumb over the wax, and then he looked at Voss, who was coiled in a loose spiral near the garden wall. "Is this from the magic people?" Harry asked, in Parseltongue. "The school," Voss said. "Yes. I'm 6. It is not a school letter. It is an observer's report. Someone noticed what you did." Voss's tongue moved once. "I expected this earlier, honestly." Harry broke the seal and unfolded the letter. It was not from a school. The heading read, Office of the Chief Warlock, Wisingamot Administration Services, Ministry of Magic. The letter below was written in precise, rather beautiful handwriting that somehow conveyed bureaucratic anxiety in every loop and serif. "Dear Mr. Potter, it has come to our attention that on the night of the 14th inst an unusual magical event occurred at your place of residence, specifically the large-scale directed summoning of serpents across a geographic radius of approximately 40 miles. As you are below the age of magical majority and as the incident took place in a Muggle-populated area, the relevant departments have been notified. We would ask that you refrain from further magical displays. An observer will be assigned to monitor." Harry folded the letter back up. "They noticed," he said. "They noticed," Voss agreed. "They will not come themselves. They will send someone to watch." "Who?" "Someone they trust to be discreet. Someone who can observe a 6-year-old with unusual abilities and report back without causing alarm." Voss paused. "I suspect the old man." "Which old man?" "There is only one that matters," Voss said, and offered nothing further, which Harry was learning was simply how Voss operated. He gave you the corner of the map and let you figure out the territory. Harry put the letter in his pocket, went back to reading, and thought about observers. The observer, when he came, was not Dumbledore. He was a small, round, anxious-looking man with the kind of mustache that seemed to exist independently of its owner, arriving on a Tuesday morning in a mackintosh that was slightly wrong for the weather and slightly wrong for Surrey in a way Harry couldn't immediately articulate. He stood at the end of the front garden path, stopping well short of the first ring of snakes, and produced a card from his breast pocket. "Mundungus Fletcher," he said to the general vicinity, apparently unsure which snake to address. "Sent by, sent to observe. Official capacity. Nothing to worry about. I'll just be," he gestured vaguely at the pavement, "out here." Harry, who had been watching from the front window, evaluated him. Small. Anxious. The mackintosh had something moving in its pocket that Harry was fairly sure was not standard ministry equipment. The man's eyes kept going to the snakes with the specific terror of someone who had encountered danger before and had survived mainly through rapid retreat. Harry went outside. Fletcher saw him coming and tried to arrange his face into something official. It didn't entirely work. "You must be, yes," Fletcher said, looking at Harry's scar with the expression everyone used, the one that was trying to be subtle and failing. "I'm just observing, son. Don't mind me." "What are you supposed to observe?" Harry asked. "Just, whether you're all right. Whether there are any further incidents." Fletcher was doing the thing people did when they talked to children and wanted to seem like they weren't talking down to them, which paradoxically made them sound more patronizing. Harry filed this away. "And then you report to someone," Harry said. "That's, it's standard procedure. Who do you report to?" Fletcher blinked. He hadn't expected 6-year-olds to conduct cross-examinations. "Professor Dumbledore," he said, slightly helplessly. "He likes to be kept apprised of why didn't he come himself? He's he's not too busy, Harry said. He chose not to come. That's different. He looked at Fletcher with the flat assessment of a child who has learned to read adults very carefully because the information was sometimes survival critical. Tell him I said hello. Tell him I'm fine. Tell him the snakes are staying. Fletcher stared at him. You can observe from out here, Harry said. I'll bring you a cup of tea if you want. It might be a long wait. He turned back toward the house. Nothing interesting is going to happen today. He went inside. From the window, he watched Fletcher stand on the pavement for a while, turning his card over in his fingers, looking at the snakes and then at the house and then at the snakes again. After about 20 minutes, Fletcher walked to the end of the street, appeared to say something into thin air, and disappeared. Harry turned from the window. He's gone, he said to Voss, who had been in the hallway the entire time, because apparently Voss found human interactions instructive. What did you make of him? Voss asked. Frightened but not bad, Harry said. The kind of frightened that makes people do what they're told without asking if they should. That is an accurate reading, Voss said. You are improving. What's Dumbledore like? Voss considered this with the particular gravity he brought to questions he'd been waiting to be asked. Old, he said. Very powerful. Believes sincerely in the greater good, which makes him more dangerous than someone who simply wants power, because he has conviction to match his capability. A pause. He will not consider you an enemy. He will consider you a responsibility. In some ways that is harder to navigate. He left me here, Harry said. It came out flat, without self-pity. He'd processed it already, over weeks and months of cupboard ceiling staring. He wasn't hurt by it. He was noting it. He knows what it's like here. He left me anyway. Yes, Voss said. There must have been a reason. There are always reasons, Voss said. Good reasons are not the same as right reasons. Harry thought about this for a long time. Then he went to do his homework. He'd started doing it voluntarily, because knowledge was the only resource in the cupboard that was genuinely unlimited, and didn't think about Dumbledore again for several days. The Parliament, as Harry came to think of it, had structure. He discovered this gradually over the following weeks, the way you discover any complex system, by watching it long enough for the patterns to emerge. The snakes in the garden were not simply a random collection. They had a hierarchy, a communication network, something that functioned very much like governance. Voss was the eldest and the most senior, but he didn't issue orders so much as provide context. The grass snakes handled the perimeter. The adders held the interior positions near the house. The smooth snakes, rare, quiet, nearly invisible, moved in the borders and the edges and seemed to function as something between scouts and archivists. Harry started talking to all of them. Not just Voss. That had been Voss's suggestion, you cannot know the garden from one perspective, and Harry took it seriously. He spent an hour every evening sitting in the garden, moving from group to group, learning names and temperaments. The grass snakes were garrulous and slightly gossipy and knew everything that happened on the street. The adders were terse and precise and deeply proud. The smooth snakes spoke rarely, but when they did, it was worth listening. A smooth snake named Sarah told him, on a gray September afternoon, that there had been a man watching from the park at the end of the road 2 days before. Not Fletcher. A different man. Tall. Moving in a way that was trying too hard to be casual. What did he look like? Harry asked. Sarah considered. Pale, she said. He smelled of something not right. Not illness. Something that has been removed and not fully replaced. Harry frowned. Not right how? I have smelled it once before, Sarah said. In the forest, 3 years ago. Something that was not fully alive and not fully dead moved through the old oaks. It smelled the same. Harry went very still. If he comes back, Harry said, careful and deliberate, I want to know immediately. Yes, speaker, Sarah said, and something in the way she said it, not the compelled formality of the deep-tongue command, but something more like genuine deference, settled into Harry's chest as another piece of evidence that the world was considerably larger and stranger than number 4 Privet Drive. He told Voss about it that evening. Voss listened without interrupting, which meant it was serious. Voss interrupted everything. Not Voldemort himself, Voss said. Too early. He does not have the strength to take a human host yet. His tongue moved. But something of his, or someone in his service. Someone checking. Checking what? Whether the rumors are true, Voss said. A 6-year-old Parselmouth. A property ringed with serpents. The magic world talks, even when it tries to be quiet. Someone who is watching for weakness found something unexpected instead. Let them watch, Harry said. You are not alarmed. Should I be? Harry asked it genuinely, not as a challenge. A healthy alarm response is useful, Voss said. But alarm that becomes fear becomes paralysis. You are in no danger today. You will not be in danger for some years. By then, the question is whether you have used those years well. Harry nodded and sat with his back against the garden wall and watched the early stars coming out above the Surrey rooftops and thought about years. About what you could build in years. About the gap between a frightened 6-year-old and someone who could look at what Sarah had described in the park and choose strategy over panic. He thought, I need to know everything. He thought, I have a teacher. I have time. I have, and he looked at the garden, all those heads lifting to check his position the way guards check their posts, that continuous watchful circuit, I have this. He started learning faster. The school situation needed addressing. Harry was in year 2 at St. Grunning's Primary, which was not the same school as Dudley but was similarly characterized by a combination of institutional beige and a teaching staff that had collectively decided early in their careers that children from Privet Drive were fundamentally unremarkable. Harry had been unremarkable to them for 2 years. He had been quiet, tidy, and produced correct answers without drawing attention to himself, because drawing attention had never been survivable before. That calculus had changed. His teacher was a woman named Mrs. Albright who smelled of lavender and had the permanently slightly glazed expression of someone enduring a long wait. She had never, in 2 years, learned Harry's name reliably. She called him Harry when she was paying attention and you there when she wasn't, and the proportion was not flattering. 2 weeks into the autumn term, she set a comprehension exercise. Harry finished it in 8 minutes, he'd finished them in 8 minutes for 2 years and then sat quietly waiting, and then, instead of waiting, he turned the paper over and wrote 3 additional paragraphs extending the analysis of the passage into a broader argument about the author's technique. Mrs. Albright collected the papers at the end of the lesson, marked them that evening, and called Harry to her desk the next morning with an expression of confused consternation. Did someone help you with this? She asked, pointing at the back of his paper. No, Harry said. She paused. This is very advanced. The passage was about deception, Harry said. I thought it was interesting how the author showed the fox didn't understand that the hunter was pretending. I had more to say about it. Mrs. Albright looked at him over the paper. Then she looked at him in the way no teacher had looked at him before, actually looked, like she was recalibrating. Have you been reading at home? Constantly, Harry said. She sent him to the school library. Not as punishment. As resource allocation, which Harry understood was better. The school librarian was a large, comfortable woman named Mr. Henson. People were always surprised by the Mr., who had the particular gift of leaving children alone with books, which is the greatest gift a librarian can give. He showed Harry where the interesting things were kept and then went back to his desk and trusted him with them. Harry read everything. He read science and history and geography and fiction and particularly anything that touched on mythology, folklore, symbolism. He read about snakes in every culture he could find, their roles as healers and destroyers, as wisdom figures and chaos agents, as symbols of transformation. He read a book about animal communication that was technically too old for him and understood 60% of it, and the 40% he didn't understand he memorized to return to later. He reported back to Voss in the evenings. Voss listened to all of it with his head tilted slightly and made occasional dry corrections. The Greeks were broadly accurate about us but romanticized, he said, when Harry described the Asclepius staff. We do not heal. We observe healers and we know the herbs and the slow work of recovery. The healing was always theirs. That's still valuable, Harry said. It is. Most creatures are too proud to admit what is and is not within their scope. Knowing the edge of one's power is as important as knowing the power. Harry wrote that down in the notebook he'd started keeping. He filled it with Voss's observations and his own, with the information the various snakes brought him about the neighborhood and the occasional stranger and the patterns of the world outside number 4, and with questions he wanted answered that he didn't yet know how to answer. One page was titled simply V. For Voldemort. He added to it whenever he learned something new. The page was getting long. Vernon had been recalibrating too, which was both satisfying and slightly worrying. He'd stopped the direct confrontations, the door banging, the list delivery, the targeted looming that had been his primary parenting tool. What replaced it was something more complicated, a sort of watchful resentment, Vernon moving through the house at a slight angle from Harry, always aware of him, never quite addressing him directly. It was the behavior of a man in an ongoing negotiation who hadn't decided yet whether to walk away or find new leverage. Harry tracked it the way he tracked everything. He was fair, he did the chores he'd agreed to, he stayed out of Vernon's way when Vernon needed to feel like the house was his, he was unfailingly polite in a way that he could tell Aunt Petunia found somehow more unsettling than rudeness. He ate the food on the table. He did his homework. He was not, by any measurable standard, causing trouble. He was also clearly not a child Vernon could manage anymore and they both knew it. Dudley was a different problem. Dudley's relationship with the snakes had evolved from terror through fascination and arrived, somewhat unexpectedly, at a grudging respect that expressed itself as leaving Harry completely alone. Not friendship, nothing that sophisticated, but Dudley had looked at the garden and made a calculation and the calculation had come out in Harry's favor for the first time in either of their lives. It helped that one of the adders had fixed Dudley with a very long, very steady look the first time he tried to reach through the fence to poke one with a stick, and Dudley had the survival instincts of someone who had never needed them before and was therefore discovering them late and very vividly. October became November. The weather went grey and small, the way Surrey weather does, not dramatically cold, just persistently damp and unconvincing. The snakes didn't leave. Harry had expected, vaguely, that they might find the autumn disagreeable, but Voss had explained that the deep-tongue summons carried a compulsion that operated somewhat outside of normal serpent biology. We are not comfortable, Voss told him, on an evening when the garden was thick with mist. But comfort is not the primary consideration. I don't want you to be uncomfortable, Harry said. I know. A pause. That is one of the reasons we stay. Harry didn't push it. He understood instinctively that Voss's loyalties were not things to be probed too hard, they were things to be earned continuously, which was different from claiming them. What he did instead was start leaving things out. Warm stones from near the boiler outlet, positioned near the base of the garden wall. A section of the garden turned to face south where the weak winter sun hit longest. Small adjustments, carefully made, that said I notice you without saying I'm trying to keep you. Because the second thing would have felt like manipulation and manipulation felt wrong in a way Harry couldn't fully articulate but trusted completely. Voss noticed. He didn't comment. But he moved his regular evening position to the warm stones, and sometimes Harry would come out to find him there in the early morning, already awake, already watching, positioned where the first light would hit him. It felt like trust. The second letter came in November. This one wasn't from the ministry. The handwriting was different, looping, unhurried, confident. The seal was the same, that H with its 4 creatures. But this letter was personal. No bureaucratic heading. Just a single page. Dear Harry, I hope this letter finds you well. My name is Albus Dumbledore. I was a friend of your parents, and I have been keeping a close eye on your welfare since you came to live with your aunt and uncle. I understand that you have had an eventful few months. I want to assure you that you are not in any trouble, and that what you have done is remarkable, though I would ask, gently, that we discuss the particular nature of your gift before you explore it further. I will be in Surrey on the 14th of next month and would very much like to meet with you, if your guardians are agreeable. Yours sincerely, Professor A. Dumbledore. Harry read it twice. Then he read it a third time, paying attention to specific words. Keeping a close eye on your welfare. Not, coming to see you. Not, ensuring you're well. Keeping an eye on, which was a watching phrase, an observing phrase, a phrase that implied distance maintained deliberately. Before you explore it further. This was the line that bothered him most. Not as you explore it. Before. Stop and talk first. The assumption that the correct response was to pause. If your guardians are agreeable. Harry put the letter down and looked at the ceiling. If your guardians are agreeable. As though Vernon Dursley's comfort was a relevant variable. As though the man who had spent 6 years treating Harry as an inconvenience requiring management had any standing to agree or disagree about anything that happened to Harry. He took the letter to Voss. Voss read it, or rather, Harry read it aloud in Parseltongue, and Voss listened, and then was quiet for a considerably longer time than usual. He is being careful, Voss said. With me or with himself? Both. Voss moved his head in a slow, considering arc. He does not yet know what you are. He knows what your parents were. He knows the prophecy. Yes, there is a prophecy. I will tell you more when you are older, and I mean that practically, not patronizingly. You need certain context first. He knows what happened the night your parents died. He has a plan for you, built on those foundations. And if I'm different from what the plan expects, then the plan needs adjusting, Voss said. He knows this. He is not foolish. But adjusting plans is uncomfortable, and powerful people are sometimes slow to begin. Harry turned the letter over in his hands. Should I meet him? Yes, Voss said, without hesitation. Why? Because knowing your allies is as important as knowing your enemies, Voss said. And because you should let him see what you have become. Not to impress him. To make him understand what he is working with before he starts moving pieces. Harry nodded slowly. He took out the notebook and wrote, Dumbledore. December 14th. And then, underneath, what does he want? What does he need? What is he afraid of? He wrote one more line, does he feel guilty? He underlined it. The 14th of December was a Saturday, which meant Vernon was home, and Vernon's presence at the meeting was perhaps the most comprehensively awkward thing Harry had witnessed in his admittedly limited social experience. Dumbledore arrived at 10 in the morning, knocking on the door of number 4 with the serene confidence of someone who had knocked on considerably more intimidating doors. Harry was already downstairs. He'd been up since 7, which was normal, and he'd eaten breakfast without being told, which was increasingly normal, and he'd been sitting at the kitchen table reading when the knock came. Vernon answered the door. The silence that followed was spectacular. Harry came to the hallway. Dumbledore was, it was hard to do justice to Dumbledore in a front doorway. He was very tall, very old, robed in deep blue that was the wrong clothes for Surrey but somehow completely right for him, with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles over which he peered at Vernon Dursley with a polite pleasantness that Harry immediately clocked as a choice, the pleasantness of someone who is being pleasant deliberately, as a form of discipline. Vernon looked like a man who had ordered something online and received something entirely different. He kept starting sentences and abandoning them. Mr. Dursley, Dumbledore said, warmly, shaking Vernon's hand before Vernon had decided whether to offer it. Thank you so much for having me. I shan't take up much of your morning. I'd simply like a brief word with young Harry, if that's all right. Perhaps in the garden. The garden. Harry watched Vernon's gaze go to the window, to the front garden, to the snakes. He watched the particular calculation run across Vernon's face, the one between "I want this strange person out of my house and the garden is full of snakes and I am not going anywhere near the garden." "The sitting room," Vernon managed. "Perfect," Dumbledore said, and stepped inside. Harry and Dumbledore sat in the sitting room. Petunia made tea with the fixed, brittle manner of someone performing normalcy through clenched teeth. Vernon positioned himself in the doorway, which was technically the hallway, and pretended to look at something on his phone. Dumbledore looked at Harry. Harry looked at Dumbledore. "You're smaller than I expected," Dumbledore said. "You're exactly what I expected," Harry said. Dumbledore's eyebrows went up. Something moved in his eyes, not offense. The opposite. Interest. "And what were you expecting?" "Someone very powerful who decided it was better to observe than to come. Someone who has a plan and is checking whether reality matches it." Harry picked up his tea. "Am I close?" The sitting room was quiet. From the doorway, he could hear Vernon breathing. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long moment, and Harry looked back, and the thing that was remarkable about the moment, though Harry wouldn't articulate it this way for years, was that Dumbledore was clearly unaccustomed to being the one being evaluated. "You are," Dumbledore said, finally, remarkably perceptive for a boy of 6. "I've had time to think," Harry said. "And good teachers." "The snake," Dumbledore said, and it wasn't a question. "His name is Voss. He's been teaching me." Harry set his cup down. "I know what I am. I know the word for the language I speak. I know about Voldemort." Petunia made a sharp sound. Vernon took a step back from the doorway. "I know he's not fully gone. I know there's a prophecy you haven't told me about." He met Dumbledore's eyes steadily. "I'm not angry about what I don't know yet. I understand some things need context. But I need you to understand that I'm not the version of me you thought you were coming here to meet." Dumbledore set his own cup down very carefully. "No," he said. "You are not." He looked at Harry with an expression that was working through several things simultaneously, and Harry watched all of them move across that extraordinary face and waited. "May I ask you something, Harry?" "Yes." "Are you happy here?" Harry considered several answers. He chose the honest one, because Dumbledore was someone to whom lies would be wasted effort and also insulting. "No. But I'm not unhappy in the way I was before. Things are different now." "Different," Dumbledore said. "Safer," Harry said. Dumbledore looked at the window. The snakes in the front garden were going about their slow watchful business. He turned back to Harry and Harry saw something in his eyes that was complicated, relief and guilt in proportions that Harry carefully noted for later. "I left you here because of your mother's protection," Dumbledore said. "The blood magic. I left you here because it was the safest, I believed it was the safest." "I know," Harry said. Voss explained the theory. I told you, I'm not angry." He paused. "Not about that, anyway." He let the slight weight of "not about that" sit in the air for a moment and watched Dumbledore receive it. "What are you angry about?" Dumbledore asked, quietly. Harry looked at him. "The cupboard," he said. The silence that followed was the loudest thing Harry had heard in months. Dumbledore turned his head and looked at the cupboard under the stairs, the small door, the latch, the dimensions that no child should inhabit, and something moved across his face that Harry couldn't name except to say it was not a comfortable thing to watch. "I see," Dumbledore said. "I don't want an apology," Harry said. "I want you to know. Because when you're deciding things about me, you should know all of it. Not just the parts that fit the plan." Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. "You will come to Hogwarts," he said. "In 5 years. And when you do, I know," Harry said. "I'll be ready." "I don't doubt it," Dumbledore said, and this time Harry believed him. They finished their tea. Dumbledore made polite noises to Petunia, shook Vernon's hand again. Vernon accepted this with the expression of someone trying very hard not to run, and walked to the front door. He paused on the step. The garden full of serpents faced outward, patient, watchful, arranged. Dumbledore looked at them for a long moment, and then, slowly, precisely, he nodded, as though conceding a point in an argument that no one else could hear. Then he walked down the path and away. Harry stood in the doorway watching him go, one hand resting on the doorframe, feeling the December cold on his face and the hearthstone warmth of his scar and the steady presence of 100 serpents keeping watch. Behind him, Vernon said nothing. That was the most useful thing Vernon had done in months. That evening, Voss asked, "Well?" "He's not what I was afraid of," Harry said. "He's what I expected. Which means I can work with him." "And can he work with you?" Harry thought about Dumbledore's face at the end. The nod. The concession. "He's learning to," Harry said. Voss made a sound that Harry had learned to translate as something between satisfaction and "I told you so." "What happens next?" Harry asked. "You keep learning," Voss said. "You keep building. You have 5 years before the school. In 5 years, with your capacity and my guidance, you will walk through those doors as something that institution has never seen before." "Is that a threat?" "It is a fact," Voss said. "The threat comes later, when it is needed." Harry smiled. It was a quiet, private, December garden smile, not the kind that needs an audience. He leaned back against the warm stones he'd arranged for Voss, and Voss coiled nearby, and the smooth snakes made their invisible rounds at the borders, and somewhere in the deep and tangled magical world, something that was not fully dead and not fully alive moved in the dark forests and tasted the air for weakness. It found, in the direction of Surrey, something that was not weak. It moved on. Chapter 3, 7 years of hungry thinking. The winter Harry turned 7, he learned 3 things that mattered. The first was that Parseltongue had a written form. Voss showed him by pressing the flat of his head against the frozen mud of the garden and moving, slowly and deliberately, leaving a trail in the disturbed earth that was not a random path but a symbol, precise, intentional, each curve carrying the specific weight of meaning. Harry crouched over it in the January cold with his hands tucked under his arms and stared at it for a full minute before the shape resolved in his mind as a word. "Listening." "There's a written version," Harry said. "There are several," Voss said. "The oldest script is carved into stone in places that existed before your civilization put names on things. The newer forms were used by speakers throughout history to communicate in ways that others could not read. Your kind destroyed most of them. Where are the ones that survived?" "Some are in the school you will attend," Voss said. "In the restricted section of the library, which is the most telling thing about how your kind relates to knowledge it cannot immediately categorize." Harry spent 3 weeks learning to draw the symbols in his notebook, copying and recopying from the earth diagrams Voss made until his hand knew the shapes without his brain having to prompt it. He didn't tell anyone. He wasn't hiding it, he simply understood, in the bone-deep way of a child who has learned to be strategic before he learned to be social, that this was one of those things that would be more useful unclaimed. The second thing he learned that winter was that Mrs. Albright had told the headmaster about his academic performance. He discovered this because the headmaster called him in and told him, with the particular unease of a man delivering information he suspects will not produce a normal reaction, that the school had contacted the county education board and Harry would be assessed for advancement. "We think you might benefit from being moved up a year," the headmaster said. "Possibly 2. "Yes," Harry said. The headmaster had been braced for resistance, or tears, or the specific difficulty of a child who knew they were different and hadn't decided how to feel about it yet. He got a 6-year-old who nodded once and looked faintly impatient. "Do you have any questions?" The headmaster tried. "Will I get access to the older section of the school library?" Yes, I think we can arrange, then I don't have questions," Harry said. The third thing was about the pale man who had been watching from the park. Sarah brought it to him in February, her voice carrying the specific flatness of a smooth snake delivering news she had decided to strip of editorializing. "He came back," she said. "Different body. Same smell. Harry looked at her. Different body? The one before walked like a man who was not sure of his own limbs. This one is a woman. Young. She carries a long thin stick of wood and she watches the house for an hour and then leaves. She has come 4 times in 2 weeks. Not ministry, Harry said. No. They smell of ink and bureaucracy. This one smells of, Sarah paused, selecting. Desperation. And something older underneath. The not right smell I told you of before. Voldemort's people. Someone watching. Someone in a different body each time, which meant someone capable of significant magical transformation, or someone with access to people who were. Harry told Voss. Voss told him to note it and wait. They would not reveal themselves in force until Voldemort was stronger, and Voldemort would not be stronger for some years yet. The watching was information gathering, not preparation for action. They're trying to understand what I am, Harry said. Yes, Voss said. Let them be confused. Harry added 3 lines to the page in his notebook. He moved up 2 years at school and spent the spring making friends with the library. Mr. Henson remained the ideal librarian, present, quiet, occasionally pointing at shelves with the vague gesture of someone indicating buried treasure. Harry worked through mythology, folklore, history, and then, when he'd stripped those bare enough, started on the sciences. Physics interested him because it was the language of how things actually worked underneath the surface of how things seemed to work, which was a concept he found deeply sympathetic. Chemistry interested him because it was physics with personality. He read a book about genetics that was technically written for adults and understood it about as well as a 7-year-old could reasonably be expected to, which was better than most adults. He brought all of it back to Voss. This had become the structure of his days: accumulate knowledge, discuss it, sift what mattered from what was merely interesting, and work out what it changed about his understanding of things. Voss was patient with the tangents and merciless with the conclusions. When Harry speculated loosely, Voss would wait until he'd finished and then say, what is the specific thing you are claiming, and Harry would have to strip his argument down to its bones and see if it stood up. It was the best education Harry had ever received, and it happened in a garden, with a snake, while the neighbors collectively pretended that number 4 was not their problem anymore. The snakes had become, by spring, a kind of local fact. The estate agent 2 streets over had reportedly stopped including Privet Drive in his walking tour of the neighborhood. People found routes to the corner shop that didn't take them past number 4. The post was delivered with a long-reaching arm and considerable personal speed. Life had reorganized itself around the fact of the serpents with the quiet efficiency of water finding a new course. Vernon had reorganized himself too. The formal chore list was gone. What remained was a version of domestic coexistence that didn't bear close examination. Vernon kept the silences, Harry kept the politeness, Petunia maintained the surface of the house with the focused intensity of someone who understood that appearances were the last defensive line. Dudley had largely retreated to his room or Piers Pocus's house and had stopped being a daily presence in Harry's life, which suited them both. You've made yourself untouchable in that house, a girl named Clara told Harry at school in April. Clara was 9 and had been held back a year and had a very direct way of making observations that Harry found refreshing. She'd appointed herself his companion sometime in March without asking, which Harry respected. How? I made them scared, Harry said, simply. Of what? Of what might happen if they weren't careful. Clara considered this. They were sitting on the school steps eating their lunches. Isn't that basically what all bullies do? Harry looked at her. It was a good challenge. He'd expected easy agreement and gotten something sharper. He sat with it properly. The bullies here do it because they like the power, he said, after a minute. I did it because I needed to stop being afraid to go home. Those are different starting points. I don't know if they're different things. Clara ate a crisp and looked at the sky. Maybe it matters what you do with it afterward. Harry wrote that down in his notebook that evening. He was 8 when he started finding the magical traces. He'd been aware, vaguely, that certain things about number 4 and its surrounding streets had an odd quality, not visual, more like a texture in the air, or a change in pressure, the way a room feels different when something important has happened in it. He'd assumed it was imagination. Voss told him it was not. You are beginning to perceive your own magic actively rather than passively, Voss said. What you feel in the air is the residue of the protections placed on this house. Dumbledore's blood magic. Partly. Also older workings. Your mother's sacrifice left marks on this place that go deeper than the standard protections. What you are feeling is the shape of love expressed as magical intent. A pause. It is unusually strong. Harry stood in the front garden on a Tuesday afternoon and tried to feel the shape of it, the protective layering, the invisible architecture of magic his mother had left behind her in dying. It felt like standing inside something solid that was also somehow warm. Like the hearthstone warmth of his scar but external, atmospheric, belonging to the place rather than to him. Can I do this? He asked. Not to Voss specifically. To the garden, to himself. Can I make protections like this? Not yet, Voss said. What your mother did required a specific sacrifice that cannot be replicated. But protection is not only sacrifice. There are other forms. He moved to face Harry directly, which Voss only did when he was about to say something he wanted to be certain Harry received. You are already doing it. The serpents are a protection. Your negotiation with the large male was a protection. The careful use of what you know and do not reveal is a protection. You are building defenses, you simply have not named them that. Harry looked around the garden. The grass snakes were doing their slow circuit at the border. One of the adders was sunning itself near the wall. Sarah was invisible, which was her default state and therefore not alarming. Are protections the right thing to build? Harry asked. What else would you build? I don't know yet. Something that goes out instead of just holding ground. He frowned, trying to articulate something that was forming in the back of his mind, still half-made, like a shape under cloth. Voss. Voldemort's going to come back. We both know that. And when he does, whatever I have needs to be something that does something, not just something that keeps me safe in a garden in Surrey. Voss was quiet for a moment. You are 8, he said. I know. 8-year-olds who think this way are unusual. I know that too. Good, Voss said, and that was the end of it, but something in his posture shifted in a way Harry had learned to read as approval. Harry was 9 when he met the woman from the magical world who wasn't hiding. She was standing at the end of Privet Drive on a Saturday morning when Harry was coming back from the library, a tall woman with cropped hair and a leather jacket that was exactly the wrong clothes for Surrey in October, standing with the specific ease of someone who is not trying to look like they belong because they've made their peace with not belonging. She looked at Harry when he turned the corner. Looked at him directly, at the scar and then away from it, which was unusual, most people couldn't help staring, and then at his face, properly. You're Harry Potter, she said. Not the way people usually said it, with that hushed, reverential confusion. Like she was confirming information she already had. Yes, Harry said. He stopped a few feet away and looked at her. She wasn't giving off the not right smell Sarah described. She wasn't twitchy or watchful in the wrong way. She was comfortable. The way people are comfortable who have decided something and stopped arguing with themselves about it. I'm Nymphadora Tonks, she said. Auror. Ministry of Magic. I'm not here officially, which is the first thing I should probably tell you, and also I hate my first name so please don't use it. Tonks is fine. Why are you here unofficially? Harry asked. Because officially I'm supposed to be doing something else, and unofficially I wanted to meet the 6-year-old who called every snake in Britain to his garden. She looked down the street toward number 4. How many are there now? About 300, Harry said. Give or take. Tonks absorbed this. Right. And they listen to you. Yes. And you've been, what, training with them? Learning Parseltongue properly? Harry looked at her. She wasn't afraid of him. She was curious about him, which was different and interesting. Who sent you? Technically nobody. Practically, there's a group of people who fought against Voldemort the first time around, and there's some overlap between that group and people at the Ministry, and I know someone who knows someone who was at the Hogwarts staff meeting where Dumbledore mentioned you. She folded her arms. He said you were unusual. I'm a metamorphmagus. I like unusual. What's a metamorphmagus? Her hair shifted, the dark crop going abruptly bubblegum pink, then purple, then back. She did it the way you demonstrate a card trick, smoothly, without flourish, making clear the capability rather than performing the spectacle. Harry watched this without flinching, which made Tonks grin. Most kids go whoa for about 5 minutes, she said. I've been talking to snakes for 3 years, Harry said. My threshold for whoa is fairly high. Tonks laughed. It was a real laugh, not a polite one. Fair enough. Okay, look. I'm not here to report on you or recruit you or make you do anything. I'm here because, she paused, and for a moment the ease dropped and something more genuine came through, because I was there when Voldemort was operating the first time and I know what it cost and I know it's not over, and if there's a 9-year-old who can speak Parseltongue and maintain a property defended by 300 snakes, I wanted to put a face to the story. That's all. Harry looked at her for a long moment. She held the look without shifting. He'd learned to trust the people who held the look, it was the ones who deflected who needed watching. Do you want to come in? Harry asked. Will the snakes let me? I'll ask them, Harry said, and was mildly pleased by the expression this produced. They walked down Privet Drive together, and Harry said something low and sibilant and a ring of serpents at the boundary shifted to create a clear path, and Tonks walked through it with her chin up and her jaw set and her hair cycling through 3 colors in quick succession, which Harry suspected was what she did when she was nervous but committed. They sat in the garden. Harry asked if Voss wanted to join the conversation. Voss appeared from behind the rosebushes and assessed Tonks with 3 seconds of flat-eyed examination. She smells like loyalty, Voss said to Harry. And someone who has recently been in a fight. Harry relayed this, translated loosely. Tonks blinked. Then she laughed again. Tell him he's right on both counts. Had a sparring session yesterday. My instructor is terrible and I keep winning, which annoys him. I find her acceptable, Voss said, and retired back to his stones. They talked for 2 hours. Tonks told him, in broad terms, about the magical world, not the history book version, the real version, with its politics and its prejudices and its particular tendency to bury its heads at inconvenient truths. She told him about the Aura program. About what Death Eaters actually were. About the way the Ministry operated and where its fault lines ran. Harry asked questions in the specific, methodical way he developed, not interrupting, building context before drilling down, noting the things she avoided as carefully as the things she said. You're going to be terrifying at Hogwarts, Tonks said, at one point. Why does everyone say that like it's a warning? Harry asked. Because it is, Tonks said. A good one. She stood to leave and looked down at him with an expression he'd have more words for later. Look, you know about the Order of the Phoenix? Dumbledore's group. I've heard the name. They're being kept in mothballs right now. Not active. Some people think that's a mistake. She met his eyes. When things start moving again, and they will, not all the useful people will be wearing Ministry badges. Just so you know. She walked back through the path the snakes made for her and turned at the end of the drive. Her hair was electric blue. Also, she called back, for the love of Merlin, buy some clothes that actually fit you. She turned the corner and was gone. Harry looked at his sleeves, 4 inches too long, bunched at the wrists, indisputably Dudley's from 2 years ago. He looked at Voss. I'm going to ask Petunia for money for clothes, he said. I would be there for that conversation, Voss said, with his version of enthusiasm. He was 10 when he found the book. Not at school. At the Surrey charity shop on the high street, where Harry went occasionally because the book section was 3 shelves deep and sorted with no logic whatsoever, which meant you could find genuinely surprising things if you were patient. He had a small amount of money, modest but real, the result of a quiet renegotiation with Aunt Petunia that had come after several months of work he'd done around the house without being asked and without comment, until the omission of payment started to feel, even to Petunia, like a specific kind of theft. The book was thin, cloth-bound, old enough that the cover had faded to a color that had probably been green and was now something between gray and suggestion. The title was stamped in flaking gold, Serpentine, a comparative study of Ophidian language in pre-Roman Britain. The author was listed as M. Peveril, which rang a faint bell Harry couldn't quite place. He opened it to a random page and the symbols were there, the same script Voss had shown him in the frozen mud, refined, systematized, with annotations in English that were scholarly and slightly breathless in the way of someone who has discovered something that changed everything they thought they knew. He bought it for 30 pence and nearly ran home. Voss looked at the book for a long time. Then he looked at Harry. "Where did you find this?" "Charity shop." "Why?" "This book should not exist," Voss said. "Not in a Muggle charity shop. Not intact. I know of this work, it was written in the 17th century by a Peveril descendant who had residual speaker ability. The ministry confiscated all known copies in 1823. A pause. All known copies. Meaning this is unknown, Harry said. Meaning this found you, Voss said, in a tone that settled into the space between fact and wonder. Which is a different thing entirely. Harry turned to the first page. The first chapter was titled, On the Nature of the Deep Tongue, Command, Compulsion, and the Question of Consent. He read it 3 times straight through, in the cold and the last of the afternoon light, not moving even when his feet went numb. The book said things Voss had hinted at but never fully articulated. It said that Parseltongue was not simply a language for speaking to snakes, it was a resonance language, one that operated on a fundamental frequency of magical intent. It said that a true speaker wasn't channeling the language through themselves so much as they were the language, it ran in the blood, in the bones, in the specific magical signature that defined them. It said that the difference between speaking and commanding was not volume but clarity of intent, and that the third form, listening, was the rarest and most powerful, because what listened was not just the serpents but the deep architecture of magic itself. Harry read, the third form of the tongue, which the Old Welsh speakers called the deep listen, is not a skill to be learned so much as a capacity to be opened. One who listens does not merely receive the speech of serpents, one receives the speech of the world as serpents understand it, which is to say, completely, without the distortions of ego, prejudice or desire for any particular answer. He closed the book. He sat with it on his lap in the fading afternoon and felt the scar warm steadily on his forehead and thought about complete understanding without distortion. About the capacity to hear what was actually true rather than what you hoped was true. Voss, he said, quietly. Yes. Have I been listening? When I talk to all of you, when I feel the garden, is that the beginning of it? A long pause. The longest Voss had given him in years. Yes, Voss said. I was waiting for you to identify it yourself. You are already doing it. You have been doing it for some time. His tone shifted towards something that was, for Voss, remarkably close to warmth. I should tell you, it took the last speaker I knew of 3 years of deliberate practice to reach what you are currently doing instinctively. Who was the last speaker? A man, Voss said. A complicated man who made complicated choices. He was powerful in the way catastrophes are powerful, undeniably, uncomfortably, in ways that changed the landscape permanently. He met Harry's eyes. He also had the tongue, as you do, though he came to it differently and used it differently and his choices eventually consumed him. The scar burned. Voldemort. Yes. Harry sat with that for a very long time. The idea that he and Voldemort shared this, that the thing he discovered in himself, this capacity that had felt like finding a limb he hadn't known he had, belonged also to the thing in the dark forests that moved without a body and waited. He thought about Voss's line, "You came to it differently." He thought about what Voss had told him on the first night, standing at the vent of his cupboard, "You asked because you were alone and wanted them to know you were not." Voldemort had presumably not summoned snakes because he was lonely. "That's why the tongue recognized me," Harry said. "Isn't it? Some of his power, when the night my parents died, yes," Voss said. "The specific magical rebound of what he attempted transferred elements of his power to you along with the scar. Including an amplified version of the tongue, which you may have carried in some form already by virtue of bloodline. The Peveril connection runs through your family, distantly, as it does through his." A pause. "You are not him. You share a root but the trees are entirely different." "I know," Harry said. And he did know, not just believed, not just hoped. He knew in the way the book described knowing, clearly, without distortion, without the particular ego of a person who needs a certain thing to be true. He was not Voldemort. They were not the same. But they were not entirely different things either, and it would be foolish to pretend otherwise, and Harry Potter did not do foolish things. He opened the notebook. He added to the V page. He added to a new page he titled Self. He wrote, on the Self page, "Same root. Different tree. Understand the root." He was 10 going on 11 when Dudley started failing. Not in the dramatic way, not catastrophic collapse. Just a gradual, grinding deceleration, the way machines fail when they've been running wrong for a long time. He'd been held back a year at Smelting's prep school. He had no friends Harry was aware of who weren't simply orbiting his status and his father's money. He'd stopped being physically threatening, partly the snakes, partly the fact that Harry had grown, not dramatically but enough, and held himself differently, and Dudley had apparently calculated that the returns were not worth the investment. Harry watched this the way he watched everything, without satisfaction and without sympathy, just observation. He thought about Clara's line, "Maybe it matters what you do with it afterward." He thought about power that comes from making others afraid versus power that comes from being genuinely dangerous, and the significant difference between the two. One evening in September, Dudley was sitting on the back step looking at the garden snakes with an expression Harry hadn't seen on him before, not fear, not fascination, just tiredness. The specific tiredness of someone who has run out of easy victories and not replaced them with anything. Harry sat down next to him. They hadn't done this, sat near each other voluntarily, in years. Possibly ever. "You all right?" Harry asked. Dudley looked at him sideways. "Why do you care?" "I don't know," Harry said honestly. "I just asked." A pause. One of the grass snakes came close to the step and Dudley, instead of flinching, watched it with a flat, tired look. "School's terrible," Dudley said. "What kind of terrible?" "The kind where everyone thinks you're stupid." He said it without particular self-pity, which made it worse. "I'm not stupid. I'm just," he stopped. "Tried again. Dad thinks Smeltings will sort me out. Mum thinks it's the teacher's fault. Nobody thinks it's," another stop. "You," Harry said. "Yeah." Harry looked at the garden. One of the adders had come out to the warm stones. The smooth snakes were invisible as always. "I could help you with schoolwork if you wanted," he said. Dudley stared at him. "Why would you do that?" "Because we're stuck here together for another year," Harry said. "And because," he thought about it, found the honest thing, "I don't actually want you to be miserable. I'm not interested in you being miserable." Dudley looked at him for a long time with an expression Harry couldn't read. "You're weird," Dudley said finally. "Thoroughly," Harry agreed. They didn't exactly become close, the years were too thick between them, too much that had happened and not been resolved, but Dudley came to the kitchen table 3 evenings a week and Harry helped him with maths and English and didn't comment on the pace of it, and Dudley stopped leaving rooms when Harry entered them, and that was its own kind of progress. The letter arrived a week before Harry's 11th birthday. He knew it was coming. He'd known for years it was coming. Voss had told him, Tonks had described the process, Dumbledore's December visit had confirmed the timeline. He was as prepared as it was possible to be. But the letter itself was still something, still had weight in his hands that was different from ordinary weight, the cream envelope, the green ink, Mr. H. Potter, the bedroom, 4, Privet Drive. He'd moved out of the cupboard at age 7. That had been another negotiation, one that Petunia had conceded with more grace than expected. Harry suspected that the cupboard under the stairs in green ink, addressed to the outside world, had been the specific thing she couldn't tolerate, more than any threat the snakes had implied. He opened the letter at the kitchen table, alone. Petunia was shopping, Vernon was at work, Dudley was at Pierce's, and read it carefully. The standard admissions letter, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, pleased to inform you of a place, 1st of September, enclosed list of required books and equipment. He turned to the supply list. He read it the way he read everything, methodically, looking for the gaps between what was said and what was meant. Standard cauldron. Standard robes. Standard books, most of which he noted down to read in advance. A wand. He'd need to be measured for a wand. He folded the letter into his notebook, between the pages of Serpentine, a comparative study. He went to the garden. Voss was on the warm stones, already watching the door as if he'd been expecting this. It came, Harry said. I know, Voss said. I felt the owl. 5 years, Harry said. We've had 5 years. What have you built in 5 years? Voss asked. The question was not rhetorical. Voss never asked rhetorical questions. He wanted the accounting. Harry thought about it properly. I can speak Parseltongue fluently. Command form and standard form. I've been working on the listen but it's still, he shook his hand, incomplete, developing. I understand the theory of magic better than most first years will, I think, because I've been reading toward it from the outside rather than the inside. I know about Voldemort. I know about the Death Eaters, the Order, the Ministry's fault lines. I know about blood magic, protection theory, and basic curse mechanics. He paused. I've read ahead in every Hogwarts textbook I could find in the Muggle library and the charity shops. What else? I'm not afraid, Harry said. Not of the right things, anyway. I'm appropriately cautious about things that deserve caution. But I'm not afraid in the way I used to be. He met Voss's eyes. And I know what I don't know. Which is probably the most important thing. Voss held his gaze for a long moment. There is one more thing, Voss said. One last thing I will give you before you walk through those doors. Harry waited. Your mother, Voss said, and his tone went quiet in a way it never quite had before. Lily Potter was not just powerful. She was precise. She understood magical intent better than anyone I have encountered in your species, the way intent shapes outcome, the way the emotional truth of a working determines its reach and depth. What she did for you the night she died was not simply sacrifice. It was the most precise magical statement ever made. He paused. She intended for you to be loved. Comprehensively, specifically, fiercely. She carved it into the world with everything she had. The protection this house provides is not just blood. It is the specific shape of her will. Another pause, longer. I tell you this not for comfort. I tell you this because when you go into that school and you encounter what is waiting for you, and things are waiting, Harry, things with patient plans and old hatred, I want you to know what you are built from. Not prophecy. Not fate. Not the accident of a failed killing curse. His voice went as flat and clear as still water. You are built from the most precisely directed love this world has seen in a century. That is not sentiment. That is structural information. Harry sat very still. The garden was quiet around them. 300 serpents keeping their slow watchful circuit. The warm stones. The October sky going amber at the edges. He didn't cry. He sat with it the way he'd learned to sit with large things, holding them at arm's length first, letting them resolve, then bringing them close when they'd found their proper shape. Then he said, quietly, "Thank you. For all of it." "You earned it," Voss said. "Will you still be here?" "When I'm at school." "The serpents will be here," Voss said. "This place is marked now. They will keep it for as long as the tongue holds, which is as long as you live." A pause. "And I will be where I am needed. You are not rid of me yet, young speaker." Harry smiled. Not the quiet private garden smile, but something more open, something that acknowledged that this strange, dry, ancient creature had been his closest teacher and most honest companion for 5 years, and that mattered in a way that didn't need dressing up. The following morning, Harry Potter went to the leaky cauldron via a manner Tonks had explained to him during her third unofficial visit, a bus that was invisible to non-magical eyes, which Harry suspected he was technically not supposed to know existed yet. He arrived in Diagon Alley alone, with his list, and enough money from a bank account Voss had told him existed and that Dumbledore had been managing on his behalf. He spent the day learning the shape of his world. He found his wand, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, pliable, and felt it click into his hand like a key entering a lock it was made for, a warmth running up his arm that was similar to but not the same as the Parseltongue current, and the wandmaker told him, with wide eyes and a shaking voice, that the wand's brother had given him the scar on his forehead. Harry looked at the wand. "Good," he said. "We'll understand each other, then." He walked back through Diagon Alley with his purchases, past the staring people who recognized the scar, past the whispers and the nudges and the reverential awful weight of expectation that the world was placing on his 11-year-old shoulders, and he walked through it with his chin up and his hands steady and the burning scar settled to its hearthstone warmth, and he thought about September 1st, and about platforms and trains and a castle he'd been building toward in his mind for 5 years, and about what it was going to look like when the world finally met him properly. He thought, ready. He thought it the way Voss would have wanted, precisely, without ego, having done the accounting and found the sum correct. He turned out of Diagon Alley and into the world. Chapter 4, The Hut on the Rock gets a different conversation. The summer before Hogwarts was the longest and shortest of Harry's life simultaneously. Long because he knew what was coming in September was a fixed point on the horizon that refused to get closer regardless of how many mornings he woke up and checked. Short because there was still so much to read, and the days kept filling themselves with it. He'd acquired the full set of first-year textbooks 3 weeks after his Diagon Alley trip and had worked through all of them twice by mid-July, marking questions in the margins where the texts contradicted each other or left significant gaps between what they claimed and what they seemed to actually demonstrate. A History of Magic was the best of them, dense with information that the author clearly assumed the reader would find dry and that Harry found riveting. Magical theory was frustrating, correct but thin, like a map that showed the roads but not the terrain. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1 he read in an afternoon and found it charming the way a primer is charming when you already speak the language. He made notes in his precise, increasingly confident handwriting, cross-referencing with the Peveril book and with Voss's teaching and with the broader reading he'd been doing for 5 years. He was not, he reflected, going to be a normal first-year student. He'd made peace with that. Tonks had come by twice in July. The second time she'd brought a woman she introduced as Minerva McGonagall, deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, head of Gryffindor, and a person who looked at Harry with the specific expression of someone revising a significant number of prior assumptions. She'd shaken his hand, asked him 3 questions about transfiguration theory, and then stood very still for a moment when his answers went considerably further than she'd expected. "Dumbledore told me you were unusual," she said, in a voice like iron filing down to a point. "He was, if anything, understating." "He's careful with his words," Harry said. "You'll find that's a recurring theme." She'd looked at him with something that wasn't quite warmth but was in that neighborhood. "Gryffindor, I expect." "What makes you say that?" "You've been alone in this house for 5 years with a garden full of serpents and a scheme that worked," she said. "That's not cunning. That's courage with good planning." Harry had thought about that for a long time after she left. Dudley's schoolwork had improved enough that his end-of-year report had moved from catastrophic to merely below average, which his parents had received with such disproportionate relief that Dudley had come and told Harry about it with the slightly stunned expression of someone who'd expected a longer fall. Harry had said good work and meant it without qualification, which had produced in Dudley an expression he clearly didn't have a framework for and was trying to build one in real time. That was August, and then August ended, and September 1st arrived the way things that have been long anticipated do, suddenly, despite everything, as though the calendar had made a decision. Harry woke before the alarm. He lay for a moment in the small bedroom, the room he'd negotiated at 7, the room that was his in the way the cupboard had never been his, the walls covered in the neat systematic organization of someone who thinks spatially, and looked at the ceiling and took stock. Trunk packed. Books sorted and catalogued. Hedwig, the snowy owl he'd come back with from Diagon Alley, who had taken one look at the garden and decided that Voss's opinion was worth having before she committed to anything, was in her cage and had been fed. Wand in his jacket pocket. He'd been sleeping with it on the nightstand for 2 months, which he suspected was eccentric but also felt simply correct. He got up, dressed in his own clothes, his own, properly fitted, bought with his own money from actual shops, which still felt remarkable after a decade of Dudley's cast-offs, and went downstairs. Voss was in the kitchen. This was not unprecedented. Voss came inside occasionally, always with the bearing of a visiting dignitary who found the premises acceptable but not impressive, but it was unusual enough to mean something. Harry sat at the table. Voss coiled beside the chair. "You leave today," Voss said. "I do. I will not say be careful." A pause. "You are careful. It is built into you now. I will say instead, be exactly what you are. Not a managed version of it. Not the version other people find easiest to accommodate. The full thing. What if the full thing makes people uncomfortable?" "Good," Voss said, with finality. Harry made himself breakfast. Ate it steadily. Washed the plate. Petunia was in the kitchen doorway by the time he finished, watching him with the complicated expression she'd been wearing for years, part guilt, part resentment, part something she'd never resolved because resolving it would require examining premises she didn't want to touch. Harry looked at her and waited. "The station," she said. "I'll take the night bus," Harry said. "You don't have to, we'll take you," she said. The "we" was tight, like something she'd been rehearsing. So they drove to King's Cross in Vernon's company car, with Hedwig's cage in the boot and Harry's trunk taking up the back seat and Harry sitting in the front because Dudley had said, without preamble, that he wanted to sit in the back, which was its own statement. Vernon drove in silence. The silence was not the hostile compressed silence of 3 years ago, it was more like the silence of someone who had run out of the right words years back and was no longer pretending he'd find them. At the station, Vernon pulled up the boot and stood holding one end of Harry's trunk with the look of a man waiting for the other person to start the goodbye. Harry took the other end. They set it on the trolley. Vernon cleared his throat. Opened his mouth. Closed it. "I know," Harry said, which was not forgiveness and was not dismissal. It was just acknowledgement. "I know there are things here you haven't said and probably won't, and that is what it is." Vernon nodded once and got back in the car quickly. Petunia stood on the pavement. She looked at Harry with those eyes, pale, careful, the eyes of a woman who'd spent years performing normalcy and had worn herself down to the bone doing it, and she reached out suddenly and very briefly straightened his collar, which didn't need straightening. "Your mother," she said, and stopped. "I know," Harry said, again, differently. Petunia got in the car. Dudley was in the back window, watching. Harry lifted one hand. Dudley lifted one back. Then the car pulled away. Harry stood on the King's Cross pavement with his trunk on a trolley and his owl and his wand and 5 years of education that no school had given him, and felt the morning air and the noise and the enormous ordinary world moving around him, and he turned and walked into the station. Platform 9 3/4. He'd read about the barrier. He walked through it without hesitation, He'd been through stranger boundaries in the last 5 years, including several magical ward perimeters that had tried to discourage him and found his Parseltongue resonance difficult to read as threat, and stepped out onto the platform with the particular sensory shift of crossing into a magical space. The Hogwarts Express was extraordinary. He stood for a moment and just looked at it, scarlet and gold, breathing steam, enormous in the specific way of things that are both ancient and fully alive. Around it, the platform was chaos in the most specifically magical way: owls, cats, toads, trunks sliding off trolleys, families saying goodbyes, children in groups already forming the social architecture of a new year. Everywhere he went, heads turned. He was aware of it, the whispers, the staring, people nudging each other, a small boy in new robes pointing until his mother put his hand down. He was used to being looked at as an oddity in the Muggle world, but this was different, weightier, loaded with 5 years of accumulated hope and fear that a lot of these people had redirected at him since before he was a conscious entity. He moved through it without hurrying and without flinching, found a compartment toward the middle of the train, and stowed his trunk. He was settled with a book, Intermediate Transfiguration, which was technically third-year material, but he'd run out of first year, when the compartment door opened and a round-faced boy with a toad clasped in both hands peered in with the expression of someone who has already lost the toad once and is not confident in his grip. "Sorry," the boy said, automatically. "Sorry, I was just, have you seen a toad? I had him and then he looked at Harry and went slightly pink. "Oh. You're, Harry," Harry said. "Not oh you're. Sit down if you want. The toad will be fine as long as you don't open your hands." The boy sat down, both hands still firmly cupped. "Neville. Neville Longbottom." He looked at the toad. "This is Trevor. I've lost him 4 times since we got on the train." "Trevor's a good name for a toad," Harry said. Neville blinked. "Everyone else says I should have brought a cat. Everyone else is wrong. Trevor's clearly committed to making life interesting." He looked at Neville properly, round face, kind eyes, the specific body language of someone who expected to be the last picked and had built his whole posture around that expectation. "First year?" "Yes." "You?" "Yes." They sat in companionable silence for a moment. Trevor made a considered effort at escape and was foiled. "Are you nervous?" Neville asked, in the tone of someone hoping to share the experience. Harry considered the honest answer. "About the work, no. About the people," he paused. "I'm curious about the people." "That's different from nervous." Neville looked at him. "How are you not nervous?" "I've been preparing for 5 years, Harry said simply. The compartment door opened again. A red-haired boy looked in, took in the seating situation, and said, "D'you mind?" "Everywhere else is packed," in the authentic tones of someone who genuinely cannot imagine the answer is no. "Come in," Harry said. The red-haired boy dropped into the seat with the physical ease of someone who moves through the world without worrying much about whether the world is ready for him, shoved his trunk under the seat, and stuck out his hand. "Ron Weasley." Harry shook it. "Harry Potter." Ron's eyes went briefly to the scar. Unlike most people, his expression moved on quickly, not from disinterest but from the specific social awareness of someone who had been raised to know that staring was rude and believed it. "Cool," he said, which was the best single-word response Harry had received on the subject. He looked at Neville. "Neville, right? My brothers told me about your gran." Neville went slightly pink again, though apparently for different reasons. They talked easily. Ron turned out to have 7 people's worth of family stories loaded and ready and a delivery style that made all of them funny, even the ones that were clearly supposed to be cautionary tales, and Harry listened and asked questions and felt something he identified, with mild surprise, as the particular pleasure of people who were interesting for being themselves rather than for their opinion of him. Ron had clearly planned to be impressed by Harry Potter. What he encountered instead was someone asking genuine questions about how the Weasley family had decided to be entirely Gryffindor for generations running, and whether there'd ever been any significant exceptions, and whether Bill Weasley, who Ron had mentioned twice with obvious admiration, had actually fought anything interesting working at Gringotts. Ron told him about a curse-breaking incident involving a Peruvian viper tooth that was the most entertaining thing Harry had heard all week. He was mid-laugh when the door opened a third time and a girl appeared with brown bushy hair and the specific posture of someone who has been doing something productive and found the rest of the train inadequate by comparison. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "A boy named Neville," she registered, Neville sitting directly in front of her. "Oh. There you are. I found your toad 3 carriages back, I've been looking for you." She produced Trevor from her pocket, apparently unconcerned about the pocket implications of this. Neville received him with pure relief. "Hermione Granger," she said, in the tone of someone who provides information efficiently. She looked at Harry and then at his book. "Intermediate Transfiguration. That's 3rd year." "I know," Harry said. "You're Harry Potter." "Yes." She opened her mouth in the way of someone who had a specific question ready and then reconsidered which question to lead with. "Have you actually read it or are you just carrying it?" "I've read it twice," Harry said. "I have questions about the 3rd chapter. The bit about animate to inanimate transformation where it says the caster's emotional state is irrelevant to the outcome. I don't think that's right." Hermione sat down without being invited. "It's a simplification," she said, immediately. "For first years. The actual principle in Flamel's original work is that emotional state must be neutral, not absent. If it's absent, you can't initiate the transformation, and if it's too active, the form destabilizes. The book is technically correct but misleading because," she stopped. "How do you know the 3rd chapter is wrong if you've only read it twice?" "Because it contradicts what I read in the Foundations of Magical Theory and in Dumbledore's 1952 paper on transfigurative intent," Harry said. "Which is in Transfiguration today if you can find the archives." "It's not easy to find." Hermione stared at him. Then she opened her bag, produced a notebook, and wrote something down. Ron, who had been following this exchange with the expression of someone watching a sport they didn't know the rules to but could tell was exciting, leaned over. "Are they going to do this the whole way to Scotland?" "I hope so," Neville said, and immediately looked surprised at himself for saying it. Draco Malfoy arrived about an hour past Birmingham. Harry had been expecting him, Tonks had mentioned the Malfoys, and Voss had given him a thorough education in the major Death Eater families, and Harry had spent some of his reading time on the genealogies of the old pure-blood houses. He knew the name and the reputation and the specific texture of the worldview he was about to encounter. Malfoy arrived with 2 large boys and the practiced entrance of someone who had been the most important person in every room he'd been in and had no particular reason to expect this to change. He looked at Harry with the slightly calculating expression of someone who has been told about you and is now comparing notes. "Harry Potter," he said, the name landing with a certain deliberate weight. "I'm Draco Malfoy." He offered his hand with the ease of someone who has been told this is the formal correct thing and genuinely believes formality is the correct default. Harry looked at the hand. Shook it. "Hello." Malfoy's eyes moved around the compartment. Neville received a look of polite nothing, Hermione received a look of polite assessment, Ron received a look that Harry immediately clocked as recognition with history behind it. "Weasley," Malfoy said. "Malfoy," Ron said, with the flat tone of someone who has a specific opinion and is choosing not to share it but making clear the choice. Malfoy looked back at Harry. "I hear you've been living with Muggles," he said, and the particular way he said Muggles carried a precise cargo of class and contempt that Harry had been told about but was more interesting in person. "I have," Harry said. "That must have been instructive," Harry said. Malfoy paused. Whatever he'd expected Harry to say, it wasn't that. "I was going to say difficult," he said. "Those aren't mutually exclusive," Harry said. He looked at Malfoy with the same flat assessment he'd been giving everyone, not hostile, not deferential, just reading. He saw someone who was genuinely intelligent and had been given that intelligence as a birthright along with a framework that defined exactly what he should do with it. He saw someone who'd been told precisely who mattered and who didn't and hadn't yet questioned the curriculum. He also saw, somewhere around the eyes, the faintest flicker of uncertainty that Malfoy was almost certainly not aware he was displaying. "You should know," Malfoy said, with the tone of someone delivering useful information rather than an attack, "that at Hogwarts, the company you keep matters. Not everyone is," he glanced at Ron, "worth your time." "I'll decide that myself," Harry said pleasantly. Malfoy held his gaze. Something moved in his expression, recalibration, Harry thought, recognizing the process he'd watched in Dumbledore and McGonagall and Vernon Dursley at various stages, the moment when a prior model of you hits the actual you and has to be revised. "Fair enough," Malfoy said, which surprised everyone in the compartment including, Harry suspected, Malfoy. He looked at Harry for one more moment, that uncertainty around the eyes again, sharper this time, and then left. Ron let out a breath. "Well, that was different," Hermione said. "I was going to say short," Ron said. "He's not stupid," Harry said. Ron opened his mouth. Closed it. "No," he said, after a moment. "He's really not. That's sort of the problem. Intelligent people with wrong premises are more interesting than stupid people with wrong premises," Harry said. "They can be changed by evidence. Eventually. What makes you think he'd care about evidence?" Hermione asked, with the specific skepticism of someone who had met a lot of bright people who didn't. "Because he came here to tell me my company matters," Harry said. "And then he agreed with me when I disagreed with him. That's not nothing. The castle was, well. It was the castle. Harry had built it in his mind for 5 years from descriptions and histories and Voss's fragments and his own imagination, and it was all of those things and none of them, and also simply itself, ancient, vast, lit against a sky full of early September stars, its towers catching the reflection of the black lake below, its warmth visible from across the water as the enchanted ceiling of the great hall glowed through the windows. He sat in the boat next to Neville and didn't say anything and let it be what it was. Neville, next to him, was openly stunned. "It's real," Neville said, "the way people say things that they knew intellectually and are only now experiencing is fact." "Very," Harry said. The boats rocked toward the cliff. Harry felt the castle before he touched it, the same way he'd felt the protections on number 4, that layered architectural quality of old magic, except where his mother's spell had felt like warmth, this felt like depth. Centuries of layered intent, accumulated by thousands of people who had believed in this place, generations of magical working embedded in the stone the way rings develop in wood. He felt the specific resonance of it through the surface of the water as the boat's prow touched the dock. He put his hand on the stone of the dock and it was like pressing his palm against something that breathed. He pulled his hand back and looked at it. Not surprised, exactly. But moved. "You all right?" Ron, in the next boat, was watching him. "Yes," Harry said. "The castle, it's alive, isn't it? I mean, magically alive." "All old magical buildings are," Hermione said from behind him, landing on the dock with practiced ease. "Though Hogwarts is particularly so. There's a whole section in Hogwarts, a history about the theoretical model. Rowena Ravenclaw's original enchantments created a kind of recursive magical awareness. It's not sentient exactly but it responds," Harry said. Hermione looked at him. "Yes. Exactly." Harry stepped off the dock and felt the castle's presence settle around him like something that had been waiting and had now registered his arrival. He knew he was anthropomorphizing. He also knew, with the same bone-deep clarity he'd been developing for 5 years, that he was not wrong. The castle knew him. He filed it away. The sorting happened the way the books described, the stool, the hat, the great hall full of candlelight and 1,000 watching faces, and Harry watched it until his name was called and then sat on the stool and the hat dropped over his eyes and the world went dark. "Well," said a voice inside his head, dry, ancient, the specific old leather quality of something that had been here longer than most of the castle's stones. "I haven't had one like you in some years." "What kind am I?" Harry thought back. "Prepared," the hat said. "Dangerously so. You know more than most of my 4th years. A pause that felt like pages turning. Let me look properly, yes. Interesting. The capacity is considerable. Not just the Parseltongue, not just the magical theory, the way you think. The architecture of it. That's not learned, that's structural. Where do I go? That's the question, isn't it? The hat seemed to settle more comfortably on his head, the way a reader settles into a chair when they've found something genuinely interesting. You could be Ravenclaw, the intelligence is obvious. But you don't love knowledge for its own sake. You love it for what it builds. Slytherin would suit the ambition and the Parseltongue, and frankly the way you handled Malfoy on the train was textbook, but your ambition is unusual. It's not for yourself. What is it for? Still working that out, I think, the hat said, with something like admiration. The Hufflepuff option is funny given the exterior, but the loyalty is absolutely there. You stood up for the Toad boy within 10 minutes of meeting him. The Weasley boy too. You chose your compartment based on who you wanted to spend time with, not who would impress people. A pause. But I think we both know where this ends. Gryffindor, Harry thought. McGonagall called it this morning, the hat confirmed, with the air of someone who prefers to be the one to make the call. Not because you're the bravest student I've seen, though you are, in the specific way that matters, the kind of brave that's thought about being afraid and decided to do it anyway. But because you have the particular Gryffindor trait that will define your time here, you are constitutionally incapable of leaving something wrong unchallenged. Harry thought about Vernon in the hallway. About the cupboard. About Dumbledore's face when he'd said the cupboard. About standing on the front step in December at 6 years old and looking at a garden full of serpents and thinking, I need them to know I'm not alone. That's accurate, he thought. Good luck, Mr. Potter, the hat said, with something warm in the old leather voice. You're going to be marvelous and absolutely exhausting. Gryffindor, it shouted. The Gryffindor table erupted. Harry lifted the hat off his head, set it on the stool, and walked to the table. He passed Hermione, who had been sorted ahead of him and was already clapping with enthusiasm, and slid in next to a group of older students who moved over with the automatic welcome of people who knew how to run the greeting. Ron came up 2 names later. The hat barely touched his head, Gryffindor. In about 4 seconds flat, and he dropped into the seat next to Harry with the specific grin of a foregone conclusion confirmed. All right, he said. All right, Harry said. Across the hall, Draco Malfoy was being sorted. The hat took slightly longer with him than it had with Ron, 12 seconds, perhaps 15, and Harry watched Malfoy's face during it. That careful blankness, the practiced social armor, and underneath it the uncertainty around the eyes. Slytherin. Malfoy's face cleared into something that looked like relief, and Harry read it differently than most people at the Gryffindor table probably did, not the relief of a foregone conclusion confirmed, but the relief of a decision made for you when you weren't sure you trusted yourself to make it. He stored that too. Dumbledore's start-of-term speech was brief, warm, and contained more information in its brevity than the words themselves carried. Harry had been told about the third-floor corridor in advance, through channels that were not official, and he listened to the specific phrasing of the warning with the attention of someone reverse-engineering intent. A painful death. Not a dangerous situation. Not something the teachers will handle. A specific threat, issued publicly, which meant it was a deliberate deterrent rather than a genuine security measure, which meant whatever was being protected was not adequately protected and someone knew it. He didn't say any of this at dinner. He ate and talked and listened to Ron's older brothers, Fred and George, who arrived at the first-year section of the table to inspect Ron and stayed to tell Harry 3 stories in rapid succession that were simultaneously impossible and completely believable, and to the other Gryffindors finding their comfortable formations, and he was present for all of it, genuinely present, not managing the interaction from behind glass. But he made a note. Later, in the dormitory, 4-poster beds, his own space, the specific luxury of a room that was designed for the people sleeping in it, he lay looking at the canopy and felt the castle's deep particular awareness around him, the way you feel the presence of something large in the dark, not threatening, just there. He put his hand flat on the stone of the wall beside his bed. The castle breathed. He thought, I'm here. Something in the stone shifted, barely perceptible, the way a house settles at night, and he thought, without entirely meaning to, in the language that lived in his throat, SSSTH, I'm listening. A long, long pause. Then something in the walls, old magic, deep magic, Rowena Ravenclaw's recursive enchantments folded in on themselves for 1,000 years, pulsed once. Warmly. Like a hearthstone that's been touched. Harry stared at the canopy. Well, he thought, in English, because some moments needed plain language. He was going to have to think carefully about this castle. In the next bed, Ron was asleep within 2 minutes and snoring in a way that was remarkably unself-conscious for someone at a new school. Neville was in the bed by the window, Trevor's tank beside him, and the soft sound of a toad moving through shallow water was oddly soothing. Harry closed his eyes. He thought about Voss on the warm stones. About number 4's garden, 300 serpents keeping watch in Surrey. About a cupboard under stairs and an envelope in green ink addressed to the cupboard under the stairs and the particular anger on Dumbledore's face at that specific address. He thought about what the hat had said, constitutionally incapable of leaving something wrong unchallenged. He thought about the third-floor corridor and a painful death and the thing Sarah had described in the park, the not right smell, the not dead not alive quality of whatever had been watching him, and the way that same quality had been circling closer all summer in ways Voss had noted and Harry had marked in his notebook. Something was already here. Something had got here before him and was already moving. He thought, so am I. He slept, and for the first time in a new place in his life, there were no nightmares. Chapter 5, The Language of Dangerous Things. The first week at Hogwarts had a specific texture that Harry hadn't anticipated. He'd anticipated the classes, had prepared for them, read ahead, understood the mechanics well enough that most of the introductory material landed with the soft familiarity of a second reading. He'd anticipated the social dynamics, the reforming hierarchies of 11-year-olds finding their positions, the particular weight of being Harry Potter in a room full of people who'd grown up with his name as a kind of mythology. What he hadn't anticipated was the castle itself. It was in everything. The way the stairs moved wasn't random, he worked that out by the third day, watching the patterns with the same methodical attention he'd given the Snake's patrol routes at Privet Drive. The staircases responded to need rather than whim, and need was defined not by where you wanted to go but by where, in some deeper sense, you should go. He tested this on Thursday morning by thinking very hard about wanting to get to charms and instead focusing, underneath that surface intention, on the thing he actually needed, the restricted section of the library and the specific book about early Hogwarts enchantment theory he'd read about in Hogwarts, a history. The staircase took him somewhere he'd never been, a corridor he had no map for, and at the end of it was a door that was locked but not, Harry found, to him, and beyond it was a small study with shelves of old books and one of them was exactly what he'd been thinking about. He stood in that small room for a long time. The castle had taken him where he needed to go. He brought it up with Hermione at dinner on Friday, framing it carefully as a theory rather than a reported experience, because Hermione engaged better with theories she could investigate than experiences she'd have to take on faith. I think the castle responds to intent, he said. Not just magical intent in general. Something more specific. Hermione looked up from Hogwarts, a history, which she was reading for what Harry suspected was at least the third time. There's some evidence for that, she said. Rowena Ravenclaw's original construction notes, the ones that survived, there aren't many, described the enchantments as living architecture. The castle was meant to facilitate learning, not just house it. Which implies some level of responsiveness to learners. More than responsiveness, Harry said. Active direction. You think the castle moves you toward things? I think it moves you toward things you need and can actually use, Harry said. Which is different from things you want, and different again from things you're supposed to be doing. Hermione put the book down. This was a significant gesture. How would you test that? I've been testing it all week, Harry said, and told her about the corridor and the locked room. She stared at him. The door was unlocked. For me, Harry said. She stopped, working through implications. That's not in any of the books. No, Harry said. Ron, who had been eating his way through a substantial pile of shepherd's pie and tracking the conversation with one eye, said, "The castle likes you." That's what you're saying. More precisely than that, Harry said. Right, but that's the short version. Ron pointed at him with a fork. The castle likes you. I'm putting that on record now because when something mad happens in a few months I want to be able to say I called it. Harry smiled. Fair. Professor Flitwick's charms class was the first one that genuinely surprised him. Not because of Flitwick, the tiny, enthusiastic professor was charming in both the professional and personal sense, and Harry had read enough about the theory of charm casting to follow the first class comfortably. What surprised him was what happened when they were asked to attempt the first basic levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa, on a feather. Harry picked up his wand. The wand felt the way it always felt, right, specific, the phoenix feather warmth running up to his elbow. He focused on the feather. Thought about what the charm actually was, not the incantation, not the wrist movement, but the magical intent underneath, the precise expression of up, specifically, controlled, specific destination, specific height, and said Wingardium Leviosa and the feather went up. It went up cleanly, steadily, and stopped at exactly the height he'd thought about. This was not what happened with most of his classmates. This was also not what surprised him. What surprised him was that he could feel the charm working, not just feel his wand conducting it, but feel the actual mechanism, the magical structure of it, running through his focus like the Parseltongue current but different in texture, sharper edged, more precisely architectural. He could feel where the charm was pulling on the ambient magic of the room and how it was organizing that pull and what would make it more efficient. He let the feather float for a moment and then, quietly, without announcing it, tried adjusting the shape of his intent while keeping the same incantation. The feather moved sideways. Then rotated. Then, with one more adjustment, described a slow figure eight in the air before landing neatly back on the desk. Flitwick had been moving through the classroom and reached Harry's desk just as the feather settled. He looked at the feather. At Harry. At the feather again. That was excellent, Mr. Potter, he said, carefully. Very, clean work. Have you done this before? Not this specific charm, Harry said. But I've been studying the theory. Indeed, Flitwick said, in the tone of a man performing a rapid upward revision. Indeed. He moved on, but Harry caught him looking back twice in the next 10 minutes. Hermione, at the desk next to his, had her feather aloft, competently, properly, and was watching Harry's desk with an expression he'd started to recognize. It was the expression she wore when something contradicted her existing model and she was deciding whether to update the model or interrogate the contradiction. You felt it, didn't you, she said, quietly. The actual structure of the charm. Yes, Harry said. Is that Parseltongue? Can you feel other magic the way you feel that? I don't know yet, Harry said honestly. I'm still working out what's the Parseltongue and what's just. He hesitated. What's just how I do magic? Hermione thought about this. Her feather drifted 2 inches left and she corrected it without looking at it. I think you might need to be careful, she said. About what? About how much of this you show in class, she said, and held up a hand when Harry started to respond. Not because you should hide it. I know you don't think that way. But because some of the teachers aren't going to respond to you the way Flitwick does, and having a clear picture of what you can do before you're in a situation where you need to use it is strategic. Harry looked at her. She was looking at the feather, still floating, with the expression of someone who'd said something that felt slightly contrary to her own principles and was defending it anyway because it was the right call. That's very Slytherin of you, he said. It's very sensible of me, she said, primly. Which is a different thing. He considered it. She wasn't wrong, the argument had a structural similarity to what Voss had been teaching him for 5 years. The difference between showing your hand and choosing what to show was the difference between confident and reckless. He'd called the snakes to number 4's garden at age 6 and never once advertised the full scope of what they could do. He hadn't become less powerful by being selective. Fair point, he said. Hermione looked quietly gratified. The Parseltongue situation became public on Wednesday of the second week, and Harry did not regret it for a single moment. It happened in Defense Against the Dark Arts, which was Professor Quirrell's class, and Professor Quirrell was the most interesting problem Harry had encountered at Hogwarts so far. He'd noticed it on the first day, that quality Sarah had described, the not right smell. It wasn't a smell in a literal sense, but there was a resonance about Quirrell that vibrated wrong in Harry's magical awareness, the way a room vibrates wrong when something is hidden in it. The turban was distracting in a way that felt deliberate. The stutter was inconsistent, it dropped in moments of particular interest and returned when Quirrell remembered to perform it. Harry was watching him very carefully. The second week defense class started well enough. Quirrell had them reading about basic jinxes, which was fine, the textbook was adequate if not inspired. But then Quirrell had them working in pairs on a recognition exercise, identifying the nature of basic spells from their magical signature, and Harry's partner was Ron, and about 15 minutes in something happened that changed the texture of the class completely. Someone in the third row had left a textbook on the floor, and a small garden snake, perhaps 8 inches, clearly having been someone's attempted contraband from home, made a break across the flagstones from under a bag, presumably attracted by the warmth of the dungeon and extremely unconcerned about the theatrical possibilities. The class response was instant and loud. Someone shrieked. Several people scrambled backward. Seamus Finnegan, with the reflexes of someone who grew up in the Irish countryside, grabbed his wand and had a banishing charm halfway out before Quirrell said, sharply, "No stutter, don't," and then, catching himself, "PP perhaps we should," but Harry was already talking. He didn't decide to. The snake had turned in his direction and looked at him, and there was something in the simple animal panic of a small creature in a loud unfamiliar space that activated his instincts before his thinking caught up. He crouched, held out his hand, and said, in Parseltongue, fully and clearly, the way you'd speak to a frightened child, "It's all right. Nobody's going to hurt you. Come here, you're fine." The snake stopped. Then it came to him, smoothly and directly, and coiled around his wrist with the specific grip of something that had decided this human was acceptable, and Harry's thinking caught up to what he'd just done in front of 30 people. He looked up. The class was completely silent. Ron was staring at him with an expression Harry hadn't seen on him before, not afraid, not disgusted, just caught entirely off guard, which for Ron Weasley was unusual. Hermione's face was calculating something fast. Neville, across the room, was looking at the snake on Harry's wrist with his head tilted at the angle he used when he was deciding something was interesting rather than frightening. And Quirrell. Quirrell was looking at Harry with an expression that had nothing in it of stutter or performed anxiety. It lasted only a second, then the mask was back, the eyes went carefully neutral, the stutter returned. But Harry had seen it. That second of unguarded reaction. It was hunger. Not fear. Not surprise. Hunger. And underneath it, recognition, the specific recognition of something that knew exactly what it was looking at. Harry stood up. The snake settled more comfortably on his wrist. "Sorry," he said, to the class, not to Quirrell. "Didn't mean to," it was startled. "You," Lavender Brown said, from the third row. "You were speaking to it." "Yes," Harry said. "That's Parseltongue," Dean Thomas said. He was looking at Harry with pure fascination. "You're a Parselmouth." "Yes," Harry said again. The silence had a different quality now. Less shock, more processing. The magical world had, as Voss had predicted, opinions about Parseltongue, and those opinions were not uniformly positive. He could see the range of them moving through the classroom, the fascinated, the uncertain, the few who'd landed somewhere in the vicinity of alarmed. "My gran says Parselmouths are dark wizards," said a Gryffindor boy named Runciman, in the tone of someone reporting a fact rather than making an accusation. "Your grand's working from a limited data set," Harry said, pleasantly. The last known Parselmouth was V. Runciman caught himself. "You know who?" "Also me," Harry said. "And Salazar Slytherin, who built half this school. And at least 11 other documented speakers in recorded wizarding history, of whom 4 were considered light, 3 were considered dark, and 4 were considered neither because they mostly wrote natural philosophy." He'd read the relevant chapter in Great Wizards of the Age very carefully. "It's a language. Languages aren't moral properties." The classroom sat with this. He could see people deciding, not uniformly, and not all landing in the same place, but the solid concrete fact of his argument doing its work on the ones who were thinking rather than reacting. Quirrell said, with careful studied brightness, "VV very interesting, Mr. P. Potter." "Now perhaps we should, Professor," Harry said. He kept his voice completely neutral. "Is there anything in the curriculum about Parseltongue? I'd like to know what we're expected to cover." Quirrell looked at him. The hunger was completely controlled now, behind the stutter and the mild academic persona. Not in the standard curriculum, no. Perhaps the library, of course," Harry said. "Thank you." He sat back down. The snake was still on his wrist. He said, quietly, in Parseltongue, "I'll put you outside after class. Don't bite anyone." The snake flicked its tongue in what he'd learned was affirmative. Ron leaned over. "So," he said, low. "The Parseltongue." "Yes," Harry said. "Right." Ron looked at the snake on Harry's wrist, then at Harry, then back at the snake. "You've been doing this the whole time? Since you were little?" "Since I was 6, Harry said." Ron absorbed this with the specific nodding motion of someone incorporating new information into an existing model. "Cool," he said, which was the same thing he'd said about the scar on the train and which Harry was beginning to understand was Ron Weasley's all-purpose response to things that deserved more reaction than most people gave them. Snape's potions class existed in a different category to everything else. Harry had been told about Snape, Tonks had been usefully candid, Boss had given him a psychological profile of someone carrying old grief as fuel, McGonagall had been diplomatically vague in a way that communicated everything. He'd also found a comment in a 1975 Potions Quarterly that cited Snape as a student contributor to a paper on Veritasrum stability, which told him something about who Snape had been before whatever had happened to make him into who he was now. He walked into the potions classroom on Thursday with the specific awareness of someone who has been told a room contains a hazard and has prepared accordingly. Snape arrived in the way that people with control issues arrive, precisely, making the precision felt, his robes moving in the specific way of a man who has practiced entering rooms. He took attendance with a particular cadence that Harry immediately identified as a power exercise, the pause before names that were supposed to be affected by the pause. "Potter," Snape said, with the pause before it, and looked up with eyes that were doing the same thing as Quirrell's first look, reading him, assessing him, but differently. "Not hunger. Something more complicated. Something personal." "Here," Harry said. "No more, no less." Snape's expression didn't move. "Our new celebrity." Harry said nothing. This was the correct response and he'd known it was the correct response before entering the room. Snape proceeded to the board and then turned back. "Since Mr. Potter is apparently known for being extraordinary, perhaps he'll favor us with an answer." "Potter. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" The classroom tensed. Harry heard a sharp intake of breath from Hermione's direction, presumably because she knew the answer and was exercising significant restraint about not supplying it. "Draught of living death," Harry said. "One of the most powerful sleeping potions known. The preparation is sensitive to temperature and the powdered asphodel should be added no more than 30 seconds after the wormwood infusion reaches exactly 70 degrees, or the compound destabilizes." Snape regarded him. "Where would you look?" Snape said, his voice carrying the particular quality of someone advancing rather than retreating, if I told you to find me a bezoar? Stomach of a goat, Harry said. Acts as an antidote to most poisons. Not all, the literature on which specific poisons it can't counter is genuinely interesting. The effective radius of action is dependent on the age and health of the goat, which most standard texts don't mention. And what is the difference, Snape said, very quietly now, between monkshood and wolfsbane? None, Harry said. They're the same plant. Also called aconite. Extremely toxic in most preparations, useful in small controlled quantities in certain potions, the wolfsbane potion being the obvious example, though the modern recipe for that was only stabilized in the 1970s, which makes it relatively recent. The classroom was silent. Snape looked at him for a long moment. Harry looked back. He wasn't being aggressive, he was answering questions accurately, which was the only honest thing to do. But he also was not performing the anxiety that Snape's questioning style was designed to produce, and Snape clearly noticed this, and was deciding what to do with it. 5 points to Gryffindor, Snape said, finally, in a tone that suggested the points were being awarded under some kind of duress. For preparation, if nothing else. He turned to the board. Hermione, next to Harry, let out a very controlled breath and began writing notes with the focused energy of someone who had just watched something that needed documenting. Ron, from Harry's other side, passed him a note. Harry unfolded it under the desk. How did you know all that? He wrote back, read the books. Ron's response came back in 10 seconds, I also read the books. Harry almost smiled. He wrote, read them more than once. The note that came back was just a drawing of a face with a raised eyebrow, which was accurate. By the end of the second week, Harry had developed a picture of the faculty that was more detailed than most first years would have and was useful in specific ways. Flitwick was genuine, enthusiastic, fair, more interested in whether you understood than whether you performed understanding. McGonagall was iron-cased warmth, high standards, and the specific respect for competence that could be earned but not inherited. Sprout was the most immediately comfortable, the kind of person who made you feel like you'd been welcomed the whole time and were only now arriving. Binns was technically not alive in any conventional sense, and the history of magic class was going to need supplementation, but the information was there if you were willing to dig for it. Quirrell was the problem he kept returning to. He brought it to Ron on Saturday afternoon, sitting by the lake, because Ron had the specific advantage of seeing things without the complication of a personal stake in being right. Something's wrong with Quirrell, Harry said. Ron looked up from the exploding snap hand he was organizing. Yeah, I know. He's terrified of everything. That's what he wants you to think, Harry said. The terror's a performance. Inconsistent, the stutter drops when he's startled or interested and he has to remember to put it back. And he paused, because what he was about to say was going to sound strange even by current standards, there's something wrong with him. Magically. A resonance that doesn't fit. Ron looked at him seriously. Like what kind of wrong? Like something else is present, Harry said. Inside him or attached to him. Something with a separate intention. Ron put the cards down. You think he's possessed? I think it's possible. By what? Harry held Ron's gaze. I have a working theory. Ron was quiet for a long moment. He had the quality of someone who processed quickly once he decided to process fully, not impulsive, despite the appearance of it. Voldemort, he said flatly. Not a question. I think so, Harry said. Ron breathed steadily. Right, he said. What are we doing about it? Harry looked at him. We're not doing anything immediately. Knowing is different from acting. We need more information, specifically about what's on the third floor and why Quirrell wants it. The thing Dumbledore warned about, Ron said. Yes. I want to know what it is before I decide what to do about it. Ron picked up his cards again. Shuffled them. Then looked up. When you say we, he said, are you including Hermione? Because she's going to find out anyway, and she'll be much less dangerous if she finds out from you than if she finds out by herself. Harry considered this. Yes, he said. And Neville? Harry paused. Why Neville? Because Neville looks like someone who doesn't know what's happening and actually knows everything that's happening, Ron said. And because his parents fought against Voldemort and he's been living his whole life in that shadow. He deserves to know if it's relevant. Harry looked at him. This was one of the things about Ron that he'd been cataloging with increasing appreciation, the specific moral precision that operated underneath the easy surface, the way he assessed fairness as a fundamental category rather than an optional add-on. You're right, Harry said. Good. Ron snapped the exploding snap deck back together. I'm right quite a lot. People miss it because I don't make a production of it. I noticed, Harry said. Harry told Hermione on Sunday in the library. She listened the way she listened to everything that mattered, completely, without interrupting, her quill still over her parchment. When he finished she was quiet for longer than he expected. You're certain about Quirrell, she said. Certain enough to act on it carefully, Harry said. Not certain enough to act on it immediately. What does carefully look like? Finding out what's on the third floor. Understanding what Quirrell's trying to do and why he hasn't done it yet. Harry looked at the library around them, the shelves, the quiet, the specific sanctuary quality of old books in large quantities. Something stopping him. If I know what, I'll know more about the shape of the problem. Hermione thought about this. The third floor's restricted. The staircase after the second landing only goes there if you have specific business. She stopped, remembering what Harry had told her about the staircases. Or if the castle decides you do. Yes, Harry said. She looked at him with the particular expression of someone deciding whether to say the thing they're about to say. Harry. If Voldemort is in that building, I know, he said. You're 11. I know that too. And you're, what, planning to deal with it yourself? I'm planning to understand it fully before I decide anything, Harry said. Which is different from planning to be reckless. He met her eyes. I've been working toward this since I was 6. I'm not going to blunder into it. But I'm also not going to pretend it's not happening because it's inconvenient. Hermione looked at him for a long moment. The library was quiet around them. A third year walked past with an armful of books and didn't look at them. Okay, Hermione said. Okay. Okay, I'm helping. Obviously. She opened her notebook. Where do we start? Harry felt the quiet click of a team becoming a team. Not just friendly, not just compatible, but aligned, pointing in the same direction with the same commitment. The library, he said. Hermione gestured around them with something that was very close to satisfaction. Convenient. That evening, Harry went to the Ollery. Hedwig was there. She'd established herself as the dominant presence in the upper roosts with the quiet implacability of someone who had made friends with 300 snakes and found the transition to owls straightforward. And she came to his arm and regarded him with amber eyes. I need to send something to Voss, Harry said. Which was technically true in the sense that he'd written a letter, though he was fairly certain Voss couldn't read, and the letter was less communication and more, the act of writing it. Organizing his thinking in the form of a letter to his oldest teacher because that was the form his thinking most naturally took now. He wrote, "The castle is alive in a way I didn't expect. I think it can hear me. Not the way you can hear me, but something like it. There's something wrong with the defense teacher. I think V is inside him or attached to him somehow. There's something on the third floor that he wants. I don't know what yet. I have good people here, Ron, Hermione, Neville. Better than I expected, honestly. I'm learning what I can do with magic and it's bigger than I thought. I feel the structure of spells when I cast them. I think this is related to the deep tongue listen you described. I think it's expanding. I'm being careful. I'm also not being afraid. Those are different things and I think you'd approve. The scar burns sometimes at night. I think it burns when he's close to the surface. I've started using it as information. I missed the garden. He sealed the letter. Hedwig took it with the specific dignity of an owl who considers herself underutilized and is performing the task anyway. She launched off his arm and through the Ollery window and into the autumn dark. Harry stood at the window and watched her go and felt the night air on his face, cold now, sharper than Surrey's cold, with a quality that was particular to this place and this altitude, and let himself be present in it. Somewhere below, the castle breathed. He thought about the third floor. About Quirrell's face in that second of unguarded reaction. About the thing that was patient and terrible in the dark forests. About a prophecy he still didn't know the full contents of, and a dead man who was not fully dead, and the specific machinery of fate that everyone seemed to be inside of and that Harry was increasingly determined to understand rather than simply survive. He felt the scar warm. He thought, in Parseltongue, directed not at anything in particular but at the night air, the castle stones, the particular magical frequency that serpents heard and that he was beginning to understand ran through everything if you knew how to listen. I know you're here. I know what you're doing. And I know you're afraid of me. The last part wasn't entirely based on evidence. It was partly instinct. But it felt, in the deep-tongue way that bypassed reasoning, completely true. The scar pulsed once. Confirmation, maybe. Or anger. He'd decided some time ago that from Voldemort, those were probably the same thing. He went back to the dormitory. Ron was already asleep. For minutes, he'd clocked it. The man was astonishing, and Neville was reading by the light of his wand. Trevor settled in the tank, and the dorm room was warm with the specific warmth of a castle that had registered these people as belonging here. Harry, Neville said, quietly. Neville. A pause. Neville looked at his book without reading it. My parents, he said, in a tone that was trying to be casual and not quite managing it. They fought Voldemort. You know that. I know, Harry said. Whatever's in this school. Neville stopped. Looked at the tank. At Trevor. At his hands. I want to help. If there's something to help with. I know I'm not, he seemed to be arguing with himself about the end of that sentence. You notice things other people don't, Harry said. You don't perform competence. And you've been living in the shadow of something real your whole life without letting it make you hard. He sat on the edge of his bed. Those are exactly the things this is going to need. Neville looked at him. Get some sleep, Harry said. We're going to need the library tomorrow. Neville went back to his book with the expression of someone who has been given something they'd been waiting for long enough that they'd stopped expecting it. Harry lay down. The castle settled around them all. The canopy was dark above him and the stones were warm at his back and the scar was quiet, for now, and the night outside was full of October wind and 1,000 years of accumulated magical weight pressing gently downward. He thought about Voss on the warm stones of the garden. He thought, everything you gave me, I'm using. He closed his eyes and was asleep before the thought finished. Chapter 6, What the Castle Keeps. The restricted section of the library was not, technically, accessible to first years. Harry found this out on Monday morning when he walked in with a list of specific titles, books on magical artifact protection, historical accounts of object-binding enchantments, anything on the theory of what Voss had once described as anchored workings, magic designed not to operate but to simply persist. And Madame Pants appeared from between two shelves with the specific velocity of a librarian who has heard the sound of someone reading the wrong spine. Restricted, she said, pointing at the rope boundary with the authority of someone who considers that single word a complete sentence. I know, Harry said. I need a teacher's note to access it. You need a teacher's note, Madame Pants confirmed, with the satisfaction of someone whose systems are functioning correctly. Which teacher would be most likely to give me one? Madame Pants looked at him over the rope with an expression that was the professional equivalent of not my problem. Then something shifted slightly. She looked at his list. He'd handed it to her automatically, because showing your research was good practice, and her eyes moved down it. Flitwick, she said, which was more information than Harry had expected from her, and possibly more than she'd intended to give. He had a note from Flitwick by 11 o'clock. Flitwick had read the list, asked 2 questions about Harry's line of inquiry, received answers that were accurate and deliberately incomplete, accurate because Flitwick was sharp enough to catch a lie, incomplete because Harry wasn't ready to share the full shape of his thinking, and signed the note with a small flourish and a look that suggested he was logging this for later. Harry spent 2 hours in the restricted section on Monday afternoon. Hermione spent 3. They divided the list and worked in parallel and met at dinner to compare notes. What they found was this: the 3rd floor, according to 3 separate historical accounts, had been used in the founding era as a location for what Rowena Ravenclaw called deep storage, the housing of objects too powerful or too dangerous for regular archival but not dangerous enough to warrant destruction. The specific phrase deep storage appeared in all 3 sources and none of them agreed on exactly what that meant in practical terms. The inconsistency is interesting, Hermione said. She had her notes open and was cross-referencing with the focused intensity of a scholar who had found a puzzle she couldn't yet solve, which was her natural habitat. Either the accounts are drawing on different source material, or the deep storage system was deliberately obscure. Which would be consistent with the idea that people weren't supposed to understand exactly what was there or how to get to it. Multiple layers of protection, Harry said. Each one designed differently so knowing one doesn't help with the next. That's extremely clever, Hermione said, which was her highest form of praise. It's also a challenge, Harry said. I know. She didn't look particularly troubled by this. Ron, who had contributed to the research effort by finding an account of a 1753 incident involving the 3rd floor that none of them could explain but that seemed relevant in atmosphere if not in content, looked at them both. What exactly are we working toward here? Are we going up there? Eventually, Harry said. Before Quirrell does, Ron said. Before whatever's stopping Quirrell stops stopping him, Harry said. There's something, the protection is working. He hasn't been able to get to whatever's there. But that's a current state, not a permanent one. How do you know the protection's working? Ron asked. Because Voldemort is still operating through Quirrell and hasn't succeeded, Harry said. If he'd gotten what he came for, we'd know. Ron accepted this logic. He'd developed a pattern of engaging with Harry's deductions the way you'd engage with a weather report, not requiring proof of the mechanism, trusting the prediction enough to bring an umbrella. Neville found the reference that mattered on Wednesday. He came to breakfast with his notebook. He'd started keeping one, which Harry had registered without commenting on, in the understanding that commenting on it would make it into a thing when it was just a natural development, and opened it to a page dense with careful handwriting. I found something, Neville said. He didn't announce it, he said it to his porridge and let the people at the nearby section of the table hear it or not. Harry looked over. Nicholas Flamel, Neville said. I read about him in a book my gran gave me last year. He's an alchemist. He made something called the Philosopher's Stone. It can turn metal to gold and it produces something called the elixir of life, gives you immortality, basically. He and his wife Perenelle have been alive for over 600 years. The table was quiet. A stone that produces immortality, Harry said. If someone had lost their body, Hermione said, in a voice that was carefully controlled, and was trying to get it back, they'd need something that extends life indefinitely while they manage the restoration, Harry finished. Or something that could restore life directly. Where is Flamel? Ron said. Devon, Neville said. According to the book. Quiet life. Been there for decades. But the stone isn't with Flamel, Harry said. It's here. Dumbledore moved it here. He looked at the table without seeing it, the shape of the whole thing assembling itself, the way it had been assembling since August, piece by piece, the picture growing clearer. That's what Gringotts' vault break-in was about. In August. I read about it in the paper. Someone tried to break into a high-security vault and found it empty. The bank said nothing was taken because nothing had been there for some time. Dumbledore moved it before whoever broke in could get it, Hermione said. Moved it here, Harry said. To a school full of children, which sounds insane until you consider that a school full of children also contains Dumbledore, and Dumbledore's protective magic is probably the most formidable thing on this island. But Dumbledore isn't always here, Ron said. Harry looked at him. Ron looked back. No, Harry said. He isn't. They all thought about the third-floor corridor and the words painful death and the consistent, patient, operational presence of something that was not fully Quirrell in their defense against the dark arts classes. Right, said Neville, into the silence. So what do we do? The castle showed Harry the third floor on Friday evening. He hadn't gone looking for it, or rather he had, but not actively. He'd been thinking about it during his walk back from the library, the question of what lay behind that door turning over and over, and he'd been following the thread of the thought rather than the map of the corridors, and the staircase had done what it did. He found himself in a corridor he'd not been in before. Stone, older than the main building, cold in a way that was distinct from the ambient autumn chill, the cold of a space that had been maintained at a specific temperature for deliberate reasons. Torches bracketed at intervals that lit only the corridor and left the edges in shadow. And at the end, a door. Heavy oak. Old ironwork. No visible lock. Harry stood in front of it for a moment, feeling the layered magical architecture of it, the same way you'd feel the weight of something before trying to lift it. There were protections here. Old ones. They felt different from Dumbledore's characteristic work, less like walls and more like tests, each one designed not to stop you but to understand you. He put his hand on the wood. The door didn't open. But it shifted, a millimeter, less, the movement of something registering contact rather than moving in response to it. Harry said, quietly, in Parseltongue, I'm not here to take anything. I'm here to understand what needs protecting. The door didn't open. But the cold quality of the corridor changed, just fractionally, the way the atmosphere in a room changes when someone who was tense decides to trust you. Harry took his hand away. He'd gotten what he came for, not the room, not the stone, but the texture of the protections. He'd come back with Hermione's additional research and the full picture of what the castle had chosen to store here, and when the time came he'd be ready. He turned to go back. Quirrell was at the far end of the corridor. Not walking toward him. Standing there, very still, in the specific way of someone who had been there for a while and was deciding what to do about the situation. His face in the torchlight was the unguarded face, no stutter, no performance, no mild academic persona. Just assessment. Harry looked at him. Quirrell looked at Harry. The silence lasted 6 full seconds, long enough that Harry counted them. Then Quirrell said, in a voice that was cleaner than Harry had ever heard from him, "You shouldn't be here, Potter." "Neither should you," Harry said. Another silence. Quirrell's eyes, and there was something in his eyes that was not Quirrell, Harry could see it clearly now, the presence behind the presence like a hand inside a glove, moved over Harry with the specific quality Harry had been watching for since the first defense class. The hunger. The recognition. "You're very young," Quirrell said. "Everyone keeps saying that," Harry said. "It's accurate but it's not the most interesting thing about me." Something moved across Quirrell's face that was more complex than his usual expressions, a flicker of something that might, in a different context, have been amusement. Then it was gone. "You know what I'm looking for." "Yes." "And you're going to interfere." "I'm going to make sure you don't get it," Harry said. "Which is different." The air in the corridor changed. Harry felt it the way he'd felt the protections on the door, a deepening of the quality of it, a pressure that wasn't physical but operated in the same register. Whatever was inside Quirrell was making its presence felt, pushing through the surface of the man like something asserting its weight. "Do you know what I am?" Quirrell said, and the voice had changed, still Quirrell's voice, but with something underneath it now, a harmonic quality that was dark and cold and very, very old. "Yes," Harry said. "And you're not afraid?" "No," Harry said. The torchlight shuddered. The cold got colder. Harry felt the scar on his forehead ignite, not the hearthstone warmth, the other thing, the burning that meant proximity and hostility, and he let it burn without flinching. "You should be," said the voice under Quirrell's voice. "I know you think that," Harry said. "But you tried to kill me when I was 1 year old and it didn't work. I've been preparing for you for 5 years. And you're in the body of a man who can't touch me without experiencing what that body can't survive." He held Quirrell's gaze steadily. "You're not going to get the stone. I think you already know that. The question is whether you want to keep trying here or cut your losses." The corridor was very quiet. Then Quirrell turned and walked away. Harry stood watching him go, the scar burning, the cold slowly retreating, and felt something he recognized from the garden at Privet Drive, the specific equilibrium of a standoff understood by both parties. No winner yet. But the terms clearly set. He walked back down the corridor and the castle walked with him, warm stone under his feet, and he thought, he's afraid. That's real. Use it. He told Ron and Hermione the next morning. Ron's response was to be furious for 30 seconds, "You went up there alone," and then visibly make the decision to drop it in favor of the more pressing logistics, which Harry appreciated as one of Ron's better qualities. Hermione's response was the opposite, initially very still, then a rapid volley of questions, then still again as she processed the answers. "He confirmed the stone is the target," she said. "By not denying it when you mentioned it." "And that he can't touch Harry," Ron said. Why? Why can he not touch Harry?" Harry looked at his hands. "My mother's protection," he said. "The blood magic. It lives in me now. In the blood. Anyone bearing Voldemort's intent," he paused, working out how to say this accurately, "anyone acting as a vehicle for his will specifically can't touch me without the protection reacting. It's not a shield. It's more like an allergic response, but targeted and rather severe." "How severe?" Hermione asked. "I think it would kill the host," Harry said. Silence. "Your mum did that," Ron said. "Yes." Ron was quiet for a moment. "She was extraordinary," he said, without any of the usual social awkwardness people brought to talking about Harry's parents. "Just a fact, delivered as a fact." "Yes," Harry said again, differently. Hermione brought them back. "He knows you know. Which means the timeline might accelerate. He's been patient because the protections have been holding, but if he thinks you're going to actively interfere, he'll have to move before he's ready," Harry said. "Or he'll hold position and wait to see if I move first." He looked at the window, October going sideways in the wind outside. "Either way, the protections on that corridor need to be mapped. All of them. Individually. Because when it comes to it, we need to know what we're dealing with." "When it comes to it," Hermione said. "You mean we're going down there?" "I mean we're going down there prepared," Harry said. "When the time is right." "How will we know when the time is right?" Ron asked. "When Dumbledore is away," Harry said. "When Quirrell makes a move. The two things will coincide, he'll wait for the window." "And we go first," Hermione said. "We go first," Harry confirmed. Hermione wrote something in her notebook. Ron cracked his knuckles. Neville, who had been sitting quietly through all of this with Trevor on his knee, said, "I've been reading about protective enchantment. I think I can identify at least one of the safeguards from the description." 3 faces turned to him. Neville looked at Trevor. "My Grand's library has a section on Hogwarts founding enchantments. I wrote to her last week." He produced a letter. She sent back references to a specific plant-based challenge that Pomona Sprout is supposed to have contributed to whatever's down there. Devil's Snare. I know how to deal with Devil's Snare. Harry looked at him. Neville looked back, steadily, with the particular expression of someone who has been underestimated his whole life and has developed a very clear sense of what to do when people start looking at him properly. "I'm useful," he said, simply. "I know," Harry said. The owls arrived at breakfast on a Tuesday 3 weeks into November, and Harry's letter from Privet Drive was not from the house itself but from a different Surrey postmark, a hand he didn't recognize, and he opened it with the specific care he gave to unrecognized correspondence. Harry, it's Tonks. Using Muggle Post because things at the ministry are twitchy right now. 2 things. First, there have been 3 separate reports of unusual magical activity in the Forbidden Forest. Ministry Aurors investigated and found evidence of something operating without a body in the northern sector, which is a technical way of saying what we both know it means. Second, and more importantly, Dumbledore is going to be called away. A ministry summons, probably around the Christmas period. I don't have the date, but it's coming. Someone's been lobbying hard for it, someone who benefits from Dumbledore being absent from Hogwarts. I thought you should have advance notice. Don't do anything immediately stupid. Harry put the letter in his pocket. He looked across the great hall. At the staff table, Dumbledore in the center, McGonagall to his left, Quirrell further down, eating with the slightly mechanical quality of someone for whom physical consumption was an administrative necessity rather than an enjoyment. He looked at Quirrell. Quirrell looked up. They held the look for a moment, across the entire distance of the great hall, in front of hundreds of students and the whole faculty, and Harry thought in Parseltongue, not at Quirrell, at nothing in particular, just into the air. I know your timeline. Adjust your plan. Whether Voldemort could hear that from within Quirrell's body, he didn't know. He wasn't entirely sure he was doing it for Voldemort's benefit. He was doing it for his own, the clarity of stating the thing you knew, the discipline of not flinching from it. Quirrell looked away first. You're doing that thing, Ron said from next to him. What thing? The thinking so hard it shows thing. You get a line here. He indicated the spot between his eyebrows. It's your tell. I don't have tells, Harry said. You have one tell, Ron said. I won't tell anyone. The flying lesson happened a week later and changed the shape of November in a way Harry hadn't anticipated. He'd been on a broom before, technically, once, at age 7, when he'd found a broom in the Dursleys' shed that had clearly been there since before they'd moved in and had clearly belonged to someone magical, because it had risen 3 feet off the ground when Harry touched it, which was 3 feet more than it had any business doing given its visible state of disrepair. He'd discovered that flying was something his body understood instinctively in the same way it understood Parseltongue, not learned, structural. On the school grounds, with Madame Hooch and 31st years and the cold November air, Harry mounted his school broom and the broom responded with the specific enthusiasm of equipment that has found a competent user. He didn't show off. That was a choice, and it cost him something, because the feeling of being on the broom was the best sensation he'd encountered that didn't involve magic flowing through his hands. It was clean, fast, unambiguous, the kind of joy that has no complexity in it. He flew competently, which was an understatement of absurd proportions, and did not demonstrate what he could actually do. But Neville fell. Neville's broom took off with him barely holding on. He'd been nervous, the nervousness transmitted to the broom made the worst decision available, and Harry was in the air and underneath him before the thought fully formed, banking hard, coming up under the arc of Neville's descent, not catching him exactly but close enough that Neville got a grip and they came down together in an ungainly controlled landing that was rough but intact. Neville sat on the grass and breathed. You all right? Harry said. I think so, Neville said. He looked at his wrist, which had taken some impact. I think, yes. Madame Hooch was there in seconds, checking Neville over with practiced efficiency, declaring the wrist sprained rather than broken, and whisking him off to the hospital wing with the specific brisk warmth of someone who has made an entire career of student injuries. She told everyone else to stay on the ground and not to touch their brooms on pain of expulsion, and then she was gone. Harry landed and found Draco Malfoy holding Neville's remembrall. He'd missed the first part of this, being occupied with the landing. But the shape of it was clear. Malfoy had picked it up and had an expression on his face that was reading the room. This was theater, designed for an audience, an attempt to reassert a social hierarchy that Harry's presence in the school had been quietly complicating. I'll take that, Harry said. Malfoy looked at him. The remembrall in his hand. The watching students. The absent authority figure. All the variables aligned for a certain kind of moment, and Malfoy clearly knew it. "Going to get it back, Potter," he said, and there was the social architecture in it, the audience framing, the slight condescension, the invitation to a confrontation that he'd set the terms of. Harry didn't take the invitation. "Give it back, Draco," Harry said. "Not or else." Not a threat. Just a statement, in the same level tone he used for facts he expected people to accept. The use of the first name landed differently than either of them expected. Malfoy blinked. It had stripped the theater from the moment. You can't perform social dominance against someone who isn't performing the corresponding submission, and Harry's tone was the opposite of submission without being aggression. "It's Longbottom's," Harry continued. "He'll want it when he's back from the hospital wing. Put it on the ground if you don't want to hand it to me directly." Malfoy looked at him for a long moment. That uncertainty around the eyes, the one Harry had catalogued since the train. It was sharper now, more visible, the specific uncertainty of someone whose framework for a situation keeps failing to apply. He set the remembrall on the ground. Not a victory for Harry. Not a capitulation from Malfoy. Something more like a mutual decision to not resolve this today. "Your loss," Malfoy said, which didn't mean anything specific and probably wasn't meant to. He walked away. Crabbe and Goyle lumbered after him. Ron came up next to Harry. I'm not sure what that was." "He's working something out," Harry said. "Working out whether you're worth fighting?" "Working out whether he's been taught the right things," Harry said. Ron looked at the retreating back of Draco Malfoy. "You think he's going to figure it out?" "I think he's going to argue with himself about it for a very long time," Harry said. "Which is more interesting than certainty, either way." Harry picked up the remembrall and put it in his pocket for safekeeping. McGonagall appeared at the edge of the pitch, and Harry thought for a moment he was about to be reprimanded for being in the air. Instead she looked at him with the particular expression of someone running confirmation of a prior assessment. "Mr. Potter," she said. "I've just spoken to Madame Hooch." She seemed to be engaged in an internal debate with herself about something. "How would you feel about joining the Gryffindor Quidditch team?" Ron made a sound next to Harry that was indistinguishable from strangling. "Seeker?" Harry asked. "I believe so, yes," McGonagall said, in the tone of someone conceding the point. Harry thought about it for approximately 1 second. "Yes," he said. "Good," McGonagall said. "I'll arrange the details." She walked back toward the castle with the stride of someone completing an errand they'd been waiting to complete. Ron turned to Harry with an expression of pure uncomplicated delight. "Do you know what this means?" "I'll be busy on weekends," Harry said. "It means you'll be on the team," Ron said, as though this distinction was essential. "First year. That hasn't happened that's never happened. You'll be playing Slytherin." Harry thought about that. About flying against the Slytherin team. About the specific clarity of a broom under him in open air and something that was purely physical rather than strategic. "Good," he said, and meant it with everything that had nothing to do with Voldemort or the stone or the careful architecture of preparation. Just the clean specific joy of it. November darkened toward December, and the castle settled into its winter temperament, a deeper warmth inside, a sharper cold outside, the corridors filling up with the particular industry of students before Christmas exams. Harry moved through it all with the dual awareness that had become natural, the surface world of classes and Quidditch practice and the social formations of first-year Hogwarts, and underneath it the ongoing investigation, the careful mapping of the third-floor protections through research and the castle's own cooperative responses. He had 7 of the protection layers identified. Each one was different, as Hermione had theorized, different magical disciplines, different designers, deliberately disparate. A logic puzzle. A potion challenge. The plant challenge Neville had identified. Something involving creatures that he suspected was the source of the painful death warning. Something musical, Hermione had found a reference to an enchanted harp in Hufflepuff's original contribution to the castle's founding enchantments. And two more he couldn't pin down yet. "It's brilliant design," Hermione said one evening, looking at the chart she'd made. "Whoever built this knew that any single protection could be beaten by a sufficiently skilled witch or wizard. But each one requires a completely different skill set, and the skills don't compound. Being able to handle the plant doesn't help you with the logic, being good at potions doesn't help you with the creature. You'd need an extraordinarily versatile person to get through alone. Or a group of people with different strengths," Harry said. They looked at each other. "We cover most of it," Ron said. "Almost all of it," Hermione said. "Neville covers the plant," Harry said. "You cover the logic and probably the potion." "Ron, the creature challenge, if it's chess-related, I can handle it," Ron said. There was a mention in the records of a McGonagall contribution. McGonagall teaches transfiguration. Her Quidditch team is chess. If I know McGonagall, it's chess. "Wizard chess," Hermione said. "Which I'm good at," Ron said, with the rare absolute confidence of someone who genuinely is. Harry looked at the chart. 7 layers between the surface of the school and the stone. 7 layers between Voldemort and what he needed to come back. "He's going to make his move soon," Harry said. Tonks said around Christmas. "That gives us," he counted, 3 weeks to make sure we're ready." "Ready to go down there," Hermione said. "Ready to go down there," Harry confirmed. He looked at the chart. At the careful systematic architecture of Dumbledore's preparation, the serious specific work of the best protective minds in the magical world, all of it directed at keeping one object safe. He thought about what was on the other side of it. About a man with no body wearing another man's face, patient and hungry, waiting for the window. He thought about a conversation in a cold corridor and the way Quirrell had looked away first. He thought, not this time. The castle settled around them, deep and warm and breathing, its recursive enchantments folding through the stone, and Harry felt it the way he always felt it now, that steady awareness, something ancient and accumulated recognizing something it had been waiting for without knowing it was waiting. He put his hand on the table, flat, the way he'd put it on the stone of the dock on arrival night, and the wood was just wood, but underneath it the floor was stone and the stone was the castle and the castle was alive in the way Rowena Ravenclaw had intended, and it pulsed once, warmly, like a hearthstone that had been touched. "I know," Harry thought. "I'm getting there." He picked up his quill and went back to work. Chapter 7, The Troll, the Mirror, and What Moves in the Dark. Halloween arrived the way it always did at Hogwarts, with the specific theatrical commitment of a castle that had been doing this for 1,000 years and had not gotten bored. The Great Hall was magnificent. Jack-o'-lanterns in quantities that suggested the kitchen staff had strong feelings about the holiday, floating candles doing things that defied the usual candle behavior, and food that would have been excessive at any other time of year and was somehow perfect now. The first years arrived to dinner in a wave of genuine delight, the accumulated strangeness of 2 months at Hogwarts making a night of sanctioned extravagance feel like relief. Harry ate and talked and watched. He'd been watching Quirrell with particular care for 2 weeks, since Tonks's letter, tracking the variations in behavior the way you track weather, the specific signals that meant pressure was building. The stutter that dropped more frequently now. The way Quirrell moved through corridors with a slightly different quality of purpose, less meandering, more directed. The twice Harry had passed him near the 3rd floor at odd hours and found him standing very still with his face toward the door, doing nothing visible, which meant he was doing something invisible that Harry's magical awareness registered as probing, testing the protections, feeling for weaknesses, the way you'd feel for a gap in a wall you couldn't see. He was getting closer to ready. Harry had communicated this to Ron and Hermione over the past week in the low-key, conversational way they developed for discussions that didn't need an audience. Ron had started sleeping with his chess set on the nightstand, which was characteristically practical. Hermione had memorized the potion logic twice and done it once blind, with her notes turned face down, to make sure. Harry had spent 3 separate evenings sitting against the stone wall of his dormitory with his hand flat on the floor, feeling the castle's deep architecture, trying to map the specific resonance of the third floor in a way that would tell him when Quirrell made his actual move. The castle had been responsive. More responsive than even 2 months ago, which was something he kept noting. It felt less like a place that tolerated him and more like a place that was actively glad he was there, which was a strange thought, but the evidence kept pointing at it, and Harry didn't discard evidence because it was strange. He was thinking about this when the doors of the Great Hall opened and Professor Quirrell came in. Except it wasn't the Halloween dinner version of Quirrell, the one who ate mechanically and occasionally produced a stutter in response to direct address. This was the other Quirrell, the one from the cold corridor, the one with purpose in his face and nothing else. He walked the length of the Great Hall in the time it took the nearest students to register that something was wrong, and his voice when he reached Dumbledore carried clearly because it had dropped the stutter entirely. "Troll," he said. "In the dungeon. I thought you should know." And then he collapsed. The Great Hall erupted. Dumbledore was on his feet immediately, his voice cutting through the panic with the specific quality of power that doesn't need to be loud to be heard. Prefects moving students out, teachers deploying toward the dungeon corridor, the Great Hall reorganizing itself into something between controlled evacuation and controlled chaos. Harry looked at Ron. Ron was already looking back at him. "Hermione," Harry said. "She wasn't at dinner," Ron said, which Harry already knew, which was the problem. Hermione had been upset at lunch, a confrontation with Ron over something in charms, the kind of argument that was ostensibly about a spell technique and was actually about Ron's tendency toward careless commentary and Hermione's tendency toward receiving it personally, and she hadn't come to dinner, which meant she was in a bathroom somewhere, and the girls' bathroom on the second floor was where she'd been spending her quiet time since the argument, and the dungeon was not where the troll was going to stay. They were already moving before he finished the thought. The corridors were full of students going the right direction, which made moving the wrong direction conspicuous, and Harry didn't care. He moved fast and quiet and Ron kept up without complaint, which was something Harry deeply appreciated about Ron. He matched pace without needing explanation. They took the main staircase up to the second floor, turned into the east corridor, and heard it before they saw it. The specific sound of something very large moving through a space not designed for it, stone grinding, wood splintering, the damp organic smell of something that was predominantly muscle and very little brain moving with the specific confidence of an apex predator that had never been in a room it couldn't break. The troll was in the corridor. 12 feet of gray-green flesh, dragging a club that left scoring in the stone floor, swinging its head in slow bovine arcs. Looking for something. Not them yet. Harry stopped. He assessed this the way he assessed everything, quickly, methodically, without the luxury of anything other than present information. Troll. 12 feet. Club. Low intelligence. High durability. Weak points, the same as any living thing, the nervous system, the joints, the organs. The standard response was to confuse it or immobilize it and wait for an adult. Harry had 3 years of defense reading in his head and a wand and 4 months of practical magic, and neither of those constituted the standard response. "Hermione," Ron said, low and urgent, pointing at the bathroom door, which was slightly ajar, which meant the troll had either come from inside or was heading there. From behind the door came a sound that confirmed it. Harry was already past the troll before Ron finished pointing. He moved wide, outside the troll's peripheral arc, using the same instinct that kept him from flying directly at a bludger, not away from danger, through the gap beside it. He hit the bathroom door, got inside, found Hermione pressed against the far wall under the sinks with her hands over her mouth. "We need to go," Harry said. "It's out there," she started. "I know. We're going past it, not past it later when it's inside. Come on." He had her wrist and was pulling, and she came because the alternative was staying, and staying was clearly worse. They came back through the door as the troll turned. Full face. 12 feet. Small deep eyes finding them with the unhurried satisfaction of something that has been looking and has now found. Harry stepped forward, between the troll and Hermione and Ron, and pointed his wand. "Harry," Hermione said. He wasn't thinking about which spell. He was doing the thing he'd been doing since the first charms lesson, feeling the structure, the mechanism, the magical intent of what he needed. He needed the troll incapacitated. Not harmed beyond function, incapacitated. The specific feeling of that intention ran through his wand arm and he said stupefy, and the spell that came out was not the dim first-year approximation of a stunning spell. It was the full thing, shaped by precise intent, and it hit the troll in the chest like a door closing. The troll went back 2 full steps. It didn't go down. It was 12 feet of what was essentially a stone column with opinions, and a stunning spell needed more than one hit, apparently, to have opinions of its own. Harry said stupefy again, and again, rapid succession, and on the third one the troll's legs buckled and it went down the way large things go down, with a tremendous crash that shook the corridor floor and sent Hermione's hand to Harry's arm and Ron's arms to the air for balance, and dust falling from the ceiling in the aftermath. Silence. The troll was unconscious. Breathing, from the look of its enormous chest, but down. Ron stared at it. At Harry. Back at it. How? 3 hits, Harry said. His wand arm was tingling in a way it didn't usually. The first 2 needed to break its resistance, and the third was the actual effect. I could feel when it shifted. He looked at his wand. The structure of the spell, I was running it deliberately instead of just firing it. It's more efficient. Efficient, Ron said. That was 3 stunning spells in about 4 seconds, Hermione said. She had removed her hand from Harry's arm and was looking at him with an expression that had clearly navigated past shock and arrived at analysis. With full adult-level effect. You're 11. I know. The raw power alone, I know, Harry said again. She looked at him for a moment. Then she straightened her robes and her hair, which had done something dramatic in the excitement, and turned toward the approaching sound of multiple adult footsteps. McGonagall arrived first, with Snape and Quirrell behind her. She took in the scene, unconscious troll, 3 first-years standing over it, Harry's wand still out, with the expression of someone who is experiencing several competing emotions and is resolving them through discipline. What happened? She said. Troll, Harry said. I can see that, Potter, McGonagall said, in a voice that was 30% exasperation and 70% something she hadn't decided how to categorize yet. What did you do to it? Stunning spells, Harry said. Multiple. It's unconscious. It needs to be moved before it wakes up, it's going to have a significant headache and that won't improve its temperament. McGonagall looked at the troll. At Harry. 3 stunning spells, she said. As a statement. Yes. She pressed her lips together. 50 points to Gryffindor, she said. Each of you. And don't ever do this again, do you understand me? You could have been killed. We could have been killed not doing it, Ron said, reasonably. McGonagall looked at him with the specific expression she reserved for arguments that were technically correct and unhelpful. Harry looked past her at Quirrell. Quirrell was looking at him. Not at the troll. At Harry. With the hunger, uncovered now, not bothering with the mask because the mask didn't reach the eyes anyway and Harry could read the eyes. The troll was a distraction. A created emergency to pull the teachers in one direction while something else happened in another. Harry didn't know what specifically, whether Quirrell had tried for the stone tonight and failed, or whether the troll was a test, or whether it was something else entirely. He held Quirrell's gaze for 3 seconds. Then Quirrell turned away, and the stutter came back, and he was Professor Quirrell again, anxious and mild and technically present. Harry put his wand away. He thought, you tried something tonight and I'm going to find out what. He found out the next morning. Or rather, the castle told him, in the way the castle communicated things, not words, not images, but a directional pull in the floor when he put his hand down in the morning and thought the question. A warmth in the stone that came from the direction of the 3rd floor. Something had changed up there. He went alone, at 5 in the morning when the castle was dark and quiet and the only sounds were the deep structural breathings of old stone settling. The staircase took him without hesitation. The corridor looked the same. The door looked the same. But Harry felt at the moment he was close enough, the texture had shifted, the layered protections had a different quality, the way a lock feels different once someone has tried it. Not broken. Not opened. But touched. Probed with more intention and more ability than before, and several of the outer layers had been tested in a way that was more systematic than the previous feeler work he'd been sensing. Quirrell had made a run at it. Last night. While the troll was occupying the faculty. And the protections had held. But only just. Harry stood in the cold corridor with his hand on the door and felt the specific quality of what had almost happened and thought about timelines. He thought, he'll try again at the next window. He thought, Dumbledore's summons is coming. That's the window. He went back to the dormitory, got out his notebook, and started writing. The weeks between Halloween and December had a quality of acceleration, things moving faster than they had, the various threads of the year pulling tighter, the distance between what was coming and where they were shrinking in a way that was felt rather than calculated. Quidditch was a specific separate joy. Harry on a broom was Harry without the constant dual awareness, the game required everything, your entire focus, no bandwidth for the other architecture of the year. He flew against the Slytherin team in the November match and won, catching the snitch in 14 minutes despite a bewitched broom that tried to throw him for 45 seconds in the second half of the game. The bewitching had been obvious to him as soon as it started, the specific feeling of his broom's magic being interfered with, someone running an external intent through it, the same feeling as someone reaching into a conversation and changing the words. He'd held on through will and physical strength and then felt the interference stop, someone had broken it, and caught the snitch 2 minutes later from a dive that made half the stands cover their eyes. Afterward, Hermione told him she'd set Snape's robes on fire as a distraction and he'd been so startled that his concentration on the curse had broken. Harry had thought about that for a moment. You thought it was Snape. Everyone did, Hermione said. I know. He looked at her. It wasn't. She went very still. Quirrell was on the opposite side of the stands, Harry said. The interference came from behind me and to the left. Snape was in front and to the right. And I felt the specific quality of Quirrell's magical signature on the working, I've been feeling it all term, it's distinctive. He paused. But setting Snape on fire was what broke Quirrell's concentration, because the commotion made it impossible for Quirrell to maintain the curse without being obvious. So it worked. Hermione had the expression of someone recalculating a completed problem and finding the answer the same but the method wrong. I accused the wrong person. You made the right decision with incomplete information, Harry said. Don't be too hard on yourself about it. She closed her notebook. Snape was trying to protect you, she said, in the tone of someone updating a model. He was counter-cursing, Harry said. I don't know if it was specifically for me or if he identified the curse and responded to it professionally. With Snape those might be the same thing or they might not. He thought about the complicated weight of what Snape was and wasn't, the grief fuel that Voss had described, the specific history that Harry could see the edges of without the full picture. He's not the problem. Quirrell is the problem, Hermione confirmed. Quirrell is the problem, Harry said. The mirror appeared 3 days before the end of term. He found it by accident. Or rather, not by accident. The castle took him there, which meant it was not accidental in the way nothing the castle did was accidental. He'd been reading late in the restricted section, a book on historical artifact containment that had a chapter he needed, and leaving at past midnight down a corridor he hadn't used before, and then a door he hadn't noticed, and then a room that had the specific quality of something very old and very powerful in a small space, dense, pressurized with magical weight, the air tasting of something between copper and warmth. The mirror of Ariste stood against the wall, enormous, ornate, the inscription running around its frame in the backward lettering that Harry recognized as a code immediately and had decoded before he finished reading it. I show not your face but your heart's desire. He stood in front of it and looked. What he saw was not what he expected. He'd expected his parents, their faces, some version of the family image that was supposed to represent his deepest want. He'd seen enough of that in the cultural shorthand around his name, the assumption that orphan boy equals yearning for the lost. He was prepared for it and had already thought about what it would mean to see it and had decided he would acknowledge it and step away. Instead, the mirror showed him himself. Just him. Standing where he was standing. No different in appearance, no crowd of beloved faces, no visions of triumph or safety. Except his hands were on the floor, flat against the stone, and the stone was lit, all of it, the whole floor, glowing with a warm deep light that spread outward from his palms like warmth from a hearth. And through the walls and up through the foundations and out through every part of the visible castle, the same light, running in the veins of the stone like blood. And beyond the castle, the grounds, and then further, the world, and Harry in the mirror was kneeling in the center of it with his eyes closed and his face completely still and his hands flat on the ground. Listening, Harry thought. The deep tongue listen. The third form. That was what the mirror showed him. Not his family. Not safety. Not victory. Himself, fully present. Fully open. Hearing everything. He stood in front of the mirror for a long time. Then he turned and walked away, because the mirror showed you what you desired most and sitting in front of it was how it became a trap, and Harry had been taught by the best possible teacher that the gap between knowing something and being consumed by it was exactly the gap you had to maintain. He went back to the dormitory. He lay looking at the canopy and thought about the mirror. About what it had shown. He thought, the listen is what I'm building toward. He thought, it's not there yet but the shape is right. He thought, good. He slept. Dumbledore was gone by the 20th of December. A ministry owl arrived at breakfast and Harry watched Dumbledore read it at the staff table with the expression of someone receiving a message they'd been expecting and not looking forward to. McGonagall came to speak to him quietly and her expression through the conversation was the expression of someone who disagreed with a conclusion and understood why it was being reached anyway. The headmaster left at noon. Harry watched from the library window, the tall figure moving toward the gates, the slight stiffness of someone carrying something they'd rather set down, and felt the quality of the school shift, subtly but perceptibly, like a room where the primary source of heat has been moved. He went to find the others. They were already in the common room. Ron was sitting forward, elbows on knees, in the specific posture of someone ready to be given a direction. Hermione had her notes open but wasn't reading them, waiting for him. Neville had Trevor in his lap and was looking at the fire with the calm focus that Harry had come to understand was not blankness but concentration. Harry sat down. He's gone, Ron said. Yes, Harry said. Tonight? Hermione asked. Tonight, Harry said. If Quirrell moves, and he will, he's been waiting for exactly this. He'll know Dumbledore left. He has access to the same information we do and probably more. We don't know he'll move tonight, Hermione said. I know, Harry said. But I felt the corridor this morning. The protections are being pushed harder. He's not waiting for a second window. He looked at all three of them. I want to say this clearly, none of you have to come. This is it's not my responsibility in the way Dumbledore would put it, but it's mine in the way I would put it. The stone being here, Voldemort being in this school, what happens next, I'm the one who has been working toward this for 5 years and I'm the one who can tell Voldemort something he can't argue with when we get to the end of it. You don't have to. Harry, Ron said. What? Shut up, Ron said, kindly. Neville put Trevor in his pocket. I know what happens to people who don't fight when it matters, he said. Not bitterly. Just factually, with the particular weight of a family history. I'm not going to be one of them. Hermione closed her notebook. I've memorized everything we need. We're wasting time. Harry looked at them. The specific warmth of it, not the hearthstone, not the scar, not the castle, just the warmth of people who chose to be here, who had decided and were not reconsidering. He thought, briefly, of Voss on warm stones. I have good people here. Right, he said. After midnight. Wear dark clothes. Hermione, bring everything you've prepared. Ron, chess instincts only, when we get to McGonagall's challenge, trust your read. Neville, I know, Neville said. Devil's snare. Light and heat. I've got it. Then we're ready, Harry said. The corridor at 1 in the morning had a different quality than it had in any of Harry's previous visits. The cold was more pronounced, the torchlight more contracted, and the door at the end was open. Not forced. Not broken. The door was open the way it would be if someone with the right intent had asked it to be, which meant Quirrell had gone through already. Harry looked at the open door. Felt the castle's atmosphere through the stone of the floor, a deep unease, the specific quality of a place that contains something wrong. Not afraid. The castle didn't do afraid. But aware. Alert. He looked at the others. Neville was pale but steady. Ron had his wand out and his jaw set. Hermione was reading the room the way she always did, precisely, quickly, cataloguing what was different from what she'd prepared for. He's ahead of us, Harry said. Can he get through everything? Hermione asked. He got through whatever was on this side of the door, Harry said. Which means the outer protections are compromised. We're starting from inside. He looked at the open corridor, the stone beyond the door, the drop down to the first challenge. We go fast. They went through the door. The first chamber held the devil's snare, a dark room, thick with the stuff, the plant spreading across the floor and ceiling in tangled arcs. In the dark it was already reaching for them. Harry felt it wrap his ankle and pulled his wand. Neville said Lumos Solum and the room turned white. Not a tentative light. A blazing, comprehensive, full sunlight rendering of a contained space, and the devil's snare screamed, if plants screamed, if that specific contraction was screaming, and retreated in every direction, pulling back from the sudden light the way shadows pull back from fire. They crossed in 8 seconds. The winged keys were already in disarray, Quirrell had been through, the keys scattered, some of them damaged, but the one they needed was whole. Harry identified it by its magical signature rather than its physical characteristics, caught it in a 30-second chase, and the door opened. The chess room. The board was reset. Harry looked at this and felt the particular quality of it. The enchantment had restored itself after Quirrell's passage, the way certain magical defenses did, each run independent of the last. Ron walked to the white side without being asked. He stood at the edge of the board, looking at the pieces, and then looked at the black pieces, and there was something in his face that Harry had seen on the Quidditch pitch and not before, the absolute present focus of someone who is exactly the right person for the current problem. Give me a minute, Ron said. He took 3. Hermione, bishop to king 6. Harry, knight to f3. Neville, don't move. He looked at the board one more time. I'll take the center. Watch the queen. What followed was 12 minutes of the most purposeful chess Harry had ever witnessed, and he'd watched Ron play since September. Ron moved them through it with the quality of someone who saw not just the current position but the next 8 moves, the pieces responding to his direction with the specific loyalty of enchanted objects recognizing a genuine master, and when the white queen swept toward the black king in the decisive move the door on the opposite wall clicked and opened. Ron had a cut on his arm from a pawn's counterattack and was breathing harder than usual and grinning in a way that was completely inappropriate to the stakes and absolutely correct to the moment. Go, he said. I'll wait here in case you need backup. Ron, Hermione started. I'm fine, he said. Better position to help from here anyway. Go. Harry gripped his shoulder briefly. Then he and Hermione and Neville went through. The troll room was already unconscious. Quirrell, or Voldemort's direction through Quirrell, had apparently handled it more efficiently than the last encounter, and they stepped around the enormous down form and kept moving. The potion room. Hermione read the riddle on the wall, 7 bottles, 1 forward, 1 back, 5 neutral, and solved it in under 90 seconds, which Harry was fairly sure was a record considering the riddle was designed to take considerably longer. She picked up the smallest bottle. Closed her eyes. Gave it to Harry. "The right one," she said. "The one to go forward," Harry confirmed. "Yes." She looked at him. She had been composure throughout, not bravado, not performed confidence, just the actual thing, the working version of it. But for a moment, standing in the potion room, she looked like what she was, 11 years old, in a place that was genuinely terrifying, choosing to be here anyway. "Whatever's through there, I know," Harry said. "Don't," she stopped. "Start it again. Come back." "I intend to," Harry said. He looked at Neville. Neville nodded once, the gesture of someone who has decided something and doesn't need to say what. Harry drank the potion and went through the black fire. The final chamber was cold and still. The mirror was here. The mirror of Eriste, moved from where Harry had found it 3 days ago, repositioned, central to the room. And in front of it, Quirrell. He turned when Harry came through the fire. No stutter. No performance. Just the face Harry had seen in the cold corridor, assessment, hunger, and underneath both of them, the presence that was not Quirrell at all. "I wondered when you'd come," Quirrell said. "I've been coming for 5 years," Harry said. Quirrell smiled. Not his smile. The smile of something that has worn a human face for long enough to know how the muscles work but not why. "You're too late, boy. I have what I need. The mirror will show me the stone." He turned back to the mirror. Harry looked at the mirror. Looked at what Quirrell was seeing, could see the frustration in his posture, the tightening of his reflected face, the specific expression of someone shown something they don't understand. Because the mirror showed you what you desired most. And Quirrell desired to give the stone to Voldemort. Not to use it himself. That was the protection. The mirror gave the stone only to someone who wanted to find it, not to use it. "You can't see it," Harry said. "Because you're not the one who wants it." Quirrell went still. Then turned. "What did you say?" "The stone will only appear in the mirror for someone who wants to find it without using it," Harry said. "That's the protection. You desire to give it to Voldemort. The mirror won't show you what you need because your desire isn't pure." The presence behind Quirrell's eyes surged. The room got colder. The air thickened with the specific quality Harry had felt in the corridor, old, dark, the not dead not alive resonance that Sarah had described 3 years ago in the park outside Privet Drive. "Impressive," said a voice through Quirrell's throat that was not Quirrell's voice. Not the clean Quirrell without stutter. Something older and colder and precise with the specific precision of something that has stripped itself of everything except will. "You understand the enchantment. You have your mother's mind." "I'll take that," Harry said. "Come to the mirror," Voldemort said through Quirrell's mouth. "Look at it. Tell me what you see." "No," Harry said. "I'm offering you your life. And more than that. What every child wants, your parents. I can restore them." "The stone can, you can't restore the dead," Harry said. "The stone produces the elixir of life. It sustains existing life, it doesn't resurrect what's gone. You know that. You're lying because it's the only tool you have that might work on an 11-year-old boy who misses his parents." He stepped toward the mirror. Not because Voldemort asked him to. Because he understood the enchantment and he understood what he needed to do, and what he needed to do was look in the mirror and see the stone. He stood in front of it. He looked. Harry in the mirror was kneeling on stone, hands flat, the light running outward through the castle. And in his closed hands, something small. Round. Red gold. Warm. And then the hand opened and the philosopher's stone was there in the mirror, and Harry felt it become real in his actual hand, solid and warm, the enchantment completing itself in the specific way Dumbledore had designed it. Only one who wanted to find it but not use it could receive it. Harry Potter, who did not want immortality, who did not want to use this object for anything except to keep it out of Voldemort's hands, was exactly the right person. The stone sat in his palm and he closed his fingers around it. "Give it to me," Voldemort said. "No," Harry said. "You understand what I can offer you, you can offer me nothing," Harry said. "You've never been able to offer me anything. You tried to kill me when I was 1 year old and you made me an orphan, and everything you've cost me is something I've spent 5 years building back without you. You're not a threat to me. You're a project." The silence in the chamber was extraordinary. Then Quirrell moved. Faster than a man of his slight build should have been able to move, driven by something that had no regard for the physical limits of its host, and his hands reached for Harry's throat. They connected. And the protection reacted the way Harry had told Quirrell it would in the cold corridor, the way he'd told Voldemort, really, because Quirrell had just been the delivery mechanism for the message. The contact point ignited. Not fire. The light from the mirror, the light from the castle, the specific warm architectural magic of his mother's sacrifice, running through his skin at the point of contact. Quirrell screamed. His hands were burning, not with heat, with light, the kind of light that was the specific magical opposite of what Voldemort was. Every point of contact between Quirrell's body and Harry's was turning to fire and ash, the host body understanding somewhere below consciousness that this contact was the thing it could not survive. Harry didn't pull away. He held on. He grabbed Quirrell's wrists and held them, and the light was everywhere now, running up Quirrell's arms, and Quirrell was screaming with Voldemort's voice and Voldemort's voice was screaming with its own, and the castle around them was vibrating, the deep structural vibration of the recursive enchantments responding to something they had been waiting to respond to, Rowena Ravenclaw's living architecture waking up fully for the first time in years. The stone was still in Harry's closed hand. Quirrell collapsed. The presence that had been inside him, not human, not alive, not dead, erupted outward from the falling body in a way Harry perceived as cold pressure, a blast of dark air, a screaming that had no sound, and then it was moving, past him, through the wall, through the castle, gone into the night like smoke. Harry stood over Quirrell's body. His hands were unharmed. His scar was burning, genuinely burning, real pain, not the hearthstone warmth but the actual crack of the world pain that lived in his nightmares, and he pressed his fingers against it and breathed through it and felt the burning slowly subside. Gone. For now. Running again, moving through dark forest somewhere, thin as smoke, looking for another way back. But not tonight. The stone was in his hand. Warm. Real. Harry looked at it for a long moment. Then he looked at Quirrell, unconscious, breathing with the specific labored quality of a man whose body had been used as a vehicle and burned from inside. He was not dead. He was not, Harry suspected, entirely to blame for the last year. He thought, someone should know about Quirrell. Someone should help him. He thought, I need to tell Dumbledore. And I need to do it on my own terms. He thought, looking at the stone, this needs to go back to Flamel. Not stay here, not stay anywhere. Back to the people it belongs to, who can make their own choice about it. He closed his hand around it and walked back through the black fire. Chapter 8, What Lives in the Deep. Harry came back through the black fire and found Hermione and Neville exactly where he'd left them. Hermione had been pacing, the evidence was in the specific worn arc she'd made on the stone floor, back and forth, the pattern of someone containing anxiety through movement. She stopped the instant he came through, and for a moment her composure cracked entirely and something much younger showed through it, something that had been genuinely frightened and was now processing the relief of that fear ending. Neville had been sitting against the wall with his hands on his knees and his eyes on the door, which was the Neville version of the same thing. They both looked at Harry's closed hand. You have it, Hermione said. Yes, Harry said. And Quirrell, down. Alive. He needs medical attention. Harry moved toward the potion room door. We need to get Ron and get out. Dumbledore needs to be told tonight. You're hurt, Neville said. Harry looked at him. Neville was looking at his forehead. He touched his scar. His fingers came back with a small amount of blood. The burning had been real enough to break the skin slightly, a fine crack along the old lightning bolt, the wound shallow and already stopping. He hadn't felt it happen. He probably should have. "I'm fine," he said, and it was true. He was. They found Ron in the chess room, sitting against the White King's foot with his arm wrapped in a strip of his own robe, the improvised bandage already doing its job. He was pale from blood loss but alert in the way of someone whose adrenaline had done the sensible thing and stayed operational until it was needed. He looked at Harry's hand and then at Harry's face. "Done?" he said. "Done," Harry said. Ron let out a breath that seemed to contain the entire weight of the last several hours. Then he said, "Right," and took Hermione's offered hand to stand up, and they went back through the chess room and up and out of the trapdoor and into the warm and ordinarily impossible beauty of the school at 2 in the morning, the corridors quiet and golden and blessedly normal. The castle breathed around them. Harry felt it clearly, the deep structural warmth, the recursive enchantments, something that had been holding its breath and was now letting it go. It felt like relief. It felt like the specific quality of something that had been under threat and was not anymore, at least for now, at least tonight. McGonagall was in the corridor outside the third-floor door. She was standing in her tartan dressing gown with her wand in her hand and an expression that moved through several phases in the time it took them to reach her, fear becoming relief, becoming something much harder to categorize. "What?" she said. "In the name of Merlin, we need to send for Dumbledore," Harry said. "Quirrell is unconscious in the final chamber, he needs medical attention immediately. Professor Snape should probably be involved given his expertise in relevant potions." He held out his closed hand. "And I need to speak with Dumbledore privately before anyone else sees what I'm carrying." McGonagall looked at his hand. She looked at his face. She was, Harry had come to understand, one of the most genuinely perceptive people he'd ever met, not always in the way that was comfortable for the people she was perceiving, but reliably in the way that was accurate. She was running the full picture right now, assembling it from the evidence in front of her, 3 first years, a wounded Ron, Harry's bleeding forehead, the knowledge of what lay beyond that door, the weight of what was clearly in his hand. "Mr. Potter," she said. "Yes," Harry said. "Did you?" She stopped. "Chose a different approach. Is everyone all right? Ron needs the hospital wing. Nothing serious, but he should be seen tonight." She looked at Ron, who offered a small wave with his unbandaged arm. "The rest of you, fine," Harry said. "Hermione and Neville, I'm fine," Hermione said. "I'm fine," Neville said, slightly behind her, with the expression of someone genuinely surprised to be fine. McGonagall made the specific sound of someone concluding an internal debate and pointed at all of them. "Hospital wing. Now. All 4 of you. I will send for the headmaster and I will come to you." She looked at Harry. "Do not open that hand until Dumbledore is present. Do you understand me?" "Yes," Harry said. They went to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey was not pleased to have 4 students arrive at 2:15 in the morning, but she was absolutely and professionally in her element, moving between them with the rapid efficiency of someone who has made peace with the fact that students will always find new methods of requiring medical attention at inconvenient hours. Ron's arm was cleaned and healed in under 10 minutes, "A pawn did this," Pomfrey said, not as a question, and Ron confirmed it with a tone of absolute seriousness, and Harry's forehead was cleaned and closed with a small dressing that she described as precautionary. Hermione sat on the bed beside Harry's and said nothing for several minutes, which for Hermione meant something was processing at a level deeper than language. Neville had fallen asleep sitting up, which was probably the most sensible response to the evening available. "What did it look like?" Hermione said, eventually, quietly. "At the end." Harry thought about how to answer this. "Quirrell burned," he said. "The protection, when he touched me, it was like what my mum built reacted. Not defensively. More like, clarity. Like the specific thing she intended came through exactly." Hermione turned this over. The most precisely directed love, she said, almost to herself. Harry looked at her. He hadn't told her that, it was from Voss's December speech in the garden, private, not something he'd shared. What? I read it, she said. In a text on sacrifice magic. About what happened the night your parents died. There's a whole theoretical framework in the academic literature about what your mother did, the intense specificity of it. She looked at her hands. The books describe it academically and it just sounded like an interesting magical phenomenon. But watching you come through that fire, she stopped. It held, Harry said. Yes. She looked up. It held. They sat quietly. The hospital wing was still and warm, the candles low, Neville's breathing regular and untroubled, Ron sleeping too now with the focused determination of someone who has decided that sleep is the most efficient response to blood loss. Harry held the stone. It was warm. Continuously warm, not body temperature warm but its own warmth, the specific warmth of something that had been alive in a fundamental sense for 600 years. He didn't open his hand. He kept it closed and felt the warmth against his palm and thought about Nicholas Flamel in Devon, living a quiet 600-year life, and whether he would be upset about this or whether he had the perspective that a 600-year life gives you about interruptions. He thought it was probably the latter. Dumbledore arrived at 3 in the morning. Harry heard the doors before they opened, the specific quality of magical presence that preceded Dumbledore the way weather precedes a change in season, deep and wide and weighted with the specific gravity of someone who had been carrying significant things for a very long time. The doors opened. Dumbledore came in. He looked at the 4 beds. At Ron and Neville sleeping, at Hermione sitting up, at Harry. He pulled a chair to Harry's bedside and sat down, and for a moment he simply looked at the boy in front of him with an expression that Harry read carefully, exhaustion, relief, guilt and underneath all of that, something that was trying very hard to be appropriate to the moment and couldn't quite reach it. Harry, he said. Professor, Harry said. Are you? I'm fine. Harry opened his hand. The Philosopher's Stone sat on his palm, warm and red gold in the low light, and Dumbledore looked at it for a long time without speaking. His face moved through something Harry couldn't entirely track. It was the face of someone who had built a very specific plan and was confronting the evidence that reality had diverged from it in ways he had not accounted for. You went through, Dumbledore said. We all did, Harry said. Together. The protections are designed for individual penetration, multiple people with different skill sets work through them faster. Ron handled the chess. Neville handled the devil's snare. Hermione solved the potion riddle. I handled the end. Quirrell. Quirrell, Harry confirmed. He's in the final chamber. He needs medical attention, though I don't know if that will, he paused. He was used. For a long time, by something that had no regard for what that use cost him. That matters, even if it doesn't change what he did. Dumbledore was looking at him in the specific way he had, that full attention look, the one that felt like being understood more completely than was always comfortable. Voldemort, Dumbledore said. Yes. He was attached to Quirrell, using him as a host. He's gone now. Not dead, I don't think you can kill something that's already technically not alive, but gone from Quirrell. Running again. Harry held Dumbledore's gaze. For a while. He'll find another way. He always does, apparently. Yes, Dumbledore said, heavily. That needs to be accounted for, Harry said. Not handled the way it's been handled, not observed and planned around and managed from a distance. Actually addressed. Dumbledore looked at him. I understand that there are things you haven't told me, Harry said. Some of them I know already, some of them I've inferred, and some of them I genuinely don't have the context for yet. I'm not asking for everything tonight. But I want, he stopped. Found the exact thing he wanted to say. I want you to know that I'm not a piece to be positioned. I'm not a weapon to be kept polished and pointed in the right direction when the time comes. I'm a person who has been preparing for this since I was 6 years old, and I intend to be treated accordingly. The room was very quiet. Madame Pomfrey, to her enormous credit, had found something to do in her office. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. Long enough that Harry let the silence stand, which was something Voss had taught him. Don't fill the silence when the silence is working. You're right, Dumbledore said. Harry waited. Dumbledore stopped. He looked at his hands. The hands of someone very old who had made a very large number of decisions and was now accounting for the ones that had been wrong. I made choices about your life, Harry, that I justified to myself as necessary. The protection your mother's sacrifice provided required a specific living situation. That was true. But the manner in which you were required to live within that situation, he stopped again. I should have known. I should have checked. That I did not is a failure I will carry. I know, Harry said. I've known that since I was 6. I'm not asking you to carry it differently. I'm asking you to apply it, to let it change how you make the next set of decisions about me. What does that look like? Dumbledore asked, genuinely. Not performing the question. Actually asking. It looks like conversations, Harry said. Real ones. Not managed briefings where you tell me what you've decided I need to know. Actual exchanges where I can push back and you can update your position and we can arrive somewhere together. He looked at the stone in his hand. It looks like this. I have the stone. I've been thinking about what to do with it since I picked it up. My conclusion is that it goes back to Flamel. Not stays here, not gets hidden somewhere else, not gets destroyed without his consent, back to him, so he can decide what he wants to do with his own creation. Dumbledore was quiet. Nicholas and Perenelle have already agreed, they agreed to surrender it to protect people they care about, Harry said. That's not the same as wanting to. And there's a difference between an old man choosing to end his own long life and someone else making that choice on his behalf. He met Dumbledore's eyes steadily. The stone goes back to Flamel. A long pause. You are, Dumbledore said, remarkably like your mother. That's the second best thing anyone said to me this year, Harry said. What was the first? Ron Weasley called the Philosopher's Stone cool when I mentioned it in approximately the same tone he uses for everything else, Harry said. It was the most sensible response I'd heard. Something shifted in Dumbledore's face. The exhaustion remained, but the other thing, the thing that had been trying to be appropriate and falling short, resolved into something genuine. Not a smile exactly. The thing before a smile, the warmth that precedes it. I imagine, Dumbledore said, that Mr. Weasley will continue to provide that service throughout your time here. I'm counting on it, Harry said. 3 days before the end of term, Harry wrote 3 letters. The first was to Nicholas Flamel in Devon. He wrote it carefully, in the specific tone of one person addressing another as an equal regardless of the 600-year age gap, explaining what had happened and what he thought should happen next, and explaining that the stone would be delivered to him by Dumbledore at Flamel's convenience and not before Flamel had confirmed he was ready to receive it. He added, at the end, I understand that you and your wife have lived a very long life and that the prospect of its ending may not be what most people assume. Whatever you choose to do with the stone and with the time it may or may not continue to give you is your choice. I simply wanted you to make it freely. He sent it with Hedwig, who had come to find him in the hospital wing on the first morning and had been sitting on his bedside table like a reproachful but loyal presence ever since. The second letter was to Tonks. It happened. Stone is safe. Quirrell is being treated. V is gone again. Your advance warning was useful, it confirmed the timeline and gave us time to prepare. Thank you. H, the third letter he thought about for the longest time. He sat with his quill over the parchment for nearly 10 minutes before he wrote anything, which was unprecedented. He wrote, Voss. It's done. The way you taught me it should be done, by understanding it, by being ready, by going with good people rather than going alone. I stood in front of the mirror and it showed me the listen. I think I'm close. I think the castle is teaching me things you would approve of. The stone is safe. Quirrell burned when he touched me. V is running. For now. I know what comes next is larger and harder and longer. I'm ready for it. I wouldn't be ready without the garden. H, he sealed it. Sent it. Knowing Voss couldn't read it, that it would arrive in Surrey and some grass snake would watch Hedwig land with a letter and not know what to do with it. It didn't matter. The writing was the thing. The hospital wing released him on the morning of the end-of-term feast. He walked down the corridors of the school with the specific quality of someone seeing a familiar place newly. The castle felt different than it had in September, not the building itself, but his relationship to it. 5 years of anticipation had become 3 months of presence, and presence had changed the castle from a concept to a reality, and the reality was considerably larger and stranger and more alive than the concept had been. He felt it as he walked. The warmth in the stone. The deep recursive awareness. The sense of something ancient keeping track. He put his hand on the wall of the 4th-floor corridor and said, in Parseltongue, "Thank you." The stone pulsed once. He walked on. The great hall had been transformed for the end-of-term feast and the house cup ceremony, and it was in its full magnificent state, enchanted ceiling reflecting a winter sky bright with cold stars, the long tables brilliant with candlelight, the warmth of several hundred people and several hundred years of accumulated magic making the cold outside an irrelevance. Harry slid in next to Ron, who was already eating in the specific mode of someone who had a significant caloric deficit to address after 3 days of hospital wing portions. "You look different," Ron said, between bites. "Different how?" "Like someone who's finished something," Ron said. He pointed at Harry with his fork in the affectionate way he had of using cutlery as a conversational tool. "That's the face of a person who's completed a thing." "I completed several things this week," Harry said. "And now?" "And now there are different things," Harry said. Ron accepted this completely. "Fair," he said. "Eat something." Hermione was across the table, already in conversation with Neville about herbology, some transition between what had happened and what came next that looked natural on the surface and was, Harry suspected, Hermione's way of processing. She talked about things she understood when things she didn't understand were still settling. It was one of her better qualities. Neville was listening with the specific attention of someone being spoken to as a genuine expert, which he was. His face had changed over the course of the term in a way Harry had been watching. The permanent pre-apology had faded, replaced by something more considered, less afraid of itself. He talked about herbology with confidence that hadn't been there in September. He'd talked about Devil's Snare in the chamber with the confidence of someone who knew exactly what they knew and that it was enough. Dumbledore stood for the House Cup ceremony. He gave points in the way that Dumbledore gave points, with the specific theatricality of someone who understands narrative and is not above deploying it. 50 to Hermione for logic. 50 to Ron for chess. 50 to Neville for extraordinary nerve, which was the phrasing Dumbledore used and which made Neville go very pink in a way that was completely distinct from his usual pink. And then Dumbledore said, and to Harry Potter, for pure nerve and outstanding courage in the face of extraordinary circumstances, 60 points. The great hall erupted. Harry didn't stand up. He didn't gesture. He sat and let the noise wash over him and felt the warmth of it, not the performance of it, not the mythology of it, but the actual thing, the people in this room who had not known him and now did and were applauding that person rather than the idea of him. He looked down the staff table. McGonagall was applauding with the controlled precision of someone who was also slightly personally smug about something. Flitwick was standing on his chair. Sprout was beaming. Snape was looking at his plate, not applauding, but his expression had the specific tight quality of someone feeling something they hadn't accounted for feeling. Harry looked at the Slytherin table. He found Draco Malfoy in the middle of it, sitting very still in the noise and the applause, watching Harry with the particular expression that Harry had been cataloguing since the train. The uncertainty. The recalibration. The specific discomfort of a worldview encountering evidence it couldn't categorize. Malfoy wasn't applauding. But he wasn't performing contempt either. He was just watching, with those intelligent eyes that were working through something they hadn't finished working through yet. Harry held his gaze for a moment. Not challenging. Just acknowledging. Malfoy looked away. Slowly. Like a choice. Harry thought, that's not the end of something. That's the beginning. He turned back to his dinner. The train ride home was different from the train ride to school. Not in the external sense, the same compartment, the same four of them, the same Scottish landscape retreating into English landscape, the same catering trolley with the same astonishing variety of magical confectionery. But the four of them had become something over 3 months that they hadn't been in September, and the compartment felt it. They talked about summer. Ron invited Harry to the Burrow, delivered with the specific Weasley confidence of someone for whom hospitality is a reflex rather than a courtesy, an invitation so genuine it barely waited for acceptance. Harry said yes before the invitation was fully formed. Hermione talked about her parents, 2 dentists in London who would receive her with love and some confusion about what, exactly, she'd been doing for 3 months. She talked about them with the warmth of someone who understood they didn't share her world but loved the person who inhabited it. Neville sat by the window with Trevor and talked about his grandmother's garden, which was apparently extraordinary, and about whether he could convince her to let him try something with the particular soil composition of the East plot. He talked about plants the way Harry talked about magic, as a living system, with relationships and politics and the specific drama of things that grow in proximity to each other. Harry listened to all of it. He ate a chocolate frog and found the Dumbledore card and turned it over in his fingers and thought about what was written on the back, the exploits, the defeated Grindelwald, the alchemical work with Flammel, and thought about a conversation in a hospital wing at 3 in the morning and an old man saying you are right and meaning it. He thought about what came next. He knew the shape of it, broadly. Voss had given him the long view, the years, the escalation, the specific machinery of Voldemort's return. He knew there would be more challenges, more people bearing the not right smell, more encounters with the cold presence that ran through dark forests looking for a way back. He knew there was a prophecy he still didn't have the full text of and a war that was not finished but sleeping. He also knew there would be Quidditch, and the library, and Ron's chess set, and Hermione's notes, and Neville's growing confidence, and the castle's deep warm breathing, and 2 years of school left before this started to come to a head, and the time to use those years well. He thought, not afraid. Not hiding. Not managed. He thought, ready. The train pulled into King's Cross. The platform materialized through the window, ordinary, Muggle, full of people moving in the purposeful way of people with destinations. Harry looked at it through the glass and thought about stepping back into that world. About Privet Drive and the garden and what was waiting there. He thought about Voss. He needed to tell him. In person, in Parseltongue, with the specific satisfaction of reporting back to your best teacher that the thing they prepared you for had been handled. He helped Ron pull his trunk down from the rack. Exchanged a very brief, fierce hug with Hermione, who initiated it and pulled back before it could become something she had to acknowledge. Gripped Neville's hand, Neville gripped back with a firmness that hadn't been there in September. Promised Ron he'd write by the end of the week. He pushed his trolley through the barrier alone and stepped into King's Cross. Vernon Dursley was waiting at the edge of the crowd, slightly red-faced, suit slightly wrong for the heat. He looked at Harry approaching and went through his version of the recalibration that had been running since the morning of the snakes, the one that never fully resolved but kept arriving at the same provisional conclusion: this is different now. Good term. Vernon said. It came out stiff, like a word he'd looked up and memorized. Yes, Harry said. They looked at each other. Right, Vernon said. Cars outside. They walked to the car. Harry put his trunk in the boot and got in the front seat and they drove out of London in the way they always drove. Vernon focused on the road, the radio murmuring, the specific silence of 2 people with very different relationships to the same history. Harry looked out the window at London going past, the streets, the buildings, the ordinary and extraordinary density of a city full of people who didn't know about any of it, and felt the wand in his jacket pocket and the warmth of the stone delivery conversation sitting in his chest and the memories of the year laid out behind him like the map of a country he'd been exploring. He thought about what Voss had said in the garden before he'd left. Be exactly what you are. He'd been that. He'd been it without apology, without management, without the careful rationing of himself that the world kept trying to impose. He'd been it in a cold corridor looking at Voldemort's hungry eyes. He'd been it in the hospital wing at 3 a.m. telling Dumbledore the terms of their relationship. He'd been it on the Hogwarts Express meeting 3 people who'd become the closest thing to a team he'd ever had. He thought about the mirror. The image it had shown him. Himself, kneeling, hands flat on stone, the light running outward through everything, eyes closed, listening. The listen. He wasn't there yet. But it was closer than it had been. Privet Drive looked exactly the same. The same suburban precision, the same identical houses, the same carefully maintained appearances. Harry's impression of it had been formed in a cupboard under the stairs and recalibrated in a garden full of serpents and refined further by 3 months of a magical school, and what he saw now was, smaller than the summer. Not different. Just the right size. A place that had been his world and was now one of the places in a world that was considerably larger. He opened the car door before Vernon had fully stopped and walked down the familiar path. The garden responded immediately. He felt them before he saw them, the shift in the air, the specific awareness of 300 serpents registering his presence and orienting toward it. Heads lifted from the grass. The smooth snakes became visible at the border, which they only did when something significant happened. The adders moved to the interior positions with the precision of a long-practiced drill. And Voss came from behind the roses. He was exactly as Harry had left him. The same extraordinary size, the same bronze-amber scales, the same flat gold eyes that had been Harry's first real education. He coiled himself at the base of the front step and looked at Harry with the specific quality of attention that had never, not once in 5 years, felt like anything other than complete. Harry crouched down until he was eye level. He said, in Parseltongue, in the clean, fluent, structured Parseltongue that was as natural to him now as English, "I'm back." "I know," Voss said. "I felt you when you came onto the street." "The stone is safe," Harry said. "Quirrell is down. Voldemort ran." "I know that too," Voss said. "The forests have been quiet for 3 days." Harry sat on the step. The afternoon sun was doing something decent with the garden, making the grass snake scales catch the light in shifts of green and gold. Voss settled more comfortably and his tongue moved in the slow, considering way that meant he was taking stock of something. "You used the deep tongue listen," Voss said. "Not a question." Harry thought about the mirror. About his hands flat on the castle floor, the light running outward. "I got close," he said. "I could feel the shape of it. I used it enough to feel the structure of the spells, the stunning spells in the troll corridor, the way the mirror worked. I was reading the magic around me rather than just executing my own." "That is not close," Voss said. "That is the beginning of it. The beginning is the hardest part. The rest develops with practice." "How long did it take you?" Harry said. "To fully develop it." Voss regarded him. "I have always listened," he said. "I have never not listened. It is how serpents live." A pause. "What you are doing is unusual because you are learning what we simply are. That is harder than simply being something. It requires choice. Repetition of choice. Choosing to be open when the instinct is to be defended." Harry thought about the mirror. About the specific thing it had shown him, not power, not triumph, not the family he'd lost. Just himself, open, listening. "I think I understand," he said. "You will understand more," Voss said. "You have time. 2 years before it gets serious again," Harry said. "By my estimate." "That is an optimistic estimate," Voss said dryly. 18 months. Harry tried. More accurate, Voss said. Harry leaned back against the door and looked at the garden. The whole of it, the grass snakes making their circuit, the adders in their specific positions, Sarah invisible at the border doing her archival work, and all of it arranged and purposeful and the thing he'd built at 6 years old out of loneliness and language and the specific need to not be alone. Voss, he said. Yes. Tell me something I don't know about the Peverils, Harry said. I've been thinking about the bloodline. The wand master said the Hollyan Phoenix Feather Wand's brother gave me this scar. That means my wand and Voldemort's wand came from the same phoenix. And the Peveril line runs through both of us. I want to understand the full shape of that connection. Voss was quiet for a long time. That, he said, is a long story. We have all summer, Harry said. We do, Voss said. He settled himself on the warm stones, adjusted his coils with the deliberate comfort of someone arranging themselves for a sustained telling. Then I will begin at the beginning. The Peveril brothers were 3, Harry settled back. The garden was warm. The serpents kept their watch. The sky above Privet Drive was the particular blue of an English summer afternoon making its best effort. Inside the house, the sounds of Aunt Petunia's kitchen, and Dudley on the stairs, and Vernon's car cooling in the drive after the journey. A normal house on a normal street in a town that had stopped being normal a long time ago. Harry listened. The deep-tongue listen, not fully, not yet, not the mirror image version with the light running out through everything. But closer. Definitely closer. The quality of the afternoon around him, the movement in the grass, the temperature variations, the specific pitch of Voss's voice settling into the old story, coming through with a clarity that had been developing all year and was still developing, the way things develop when they're genuinely alive. He heard the grass snakes talking to each other at the perimeter, their quiet gossip about the morning's events on the street. He heard Sarah at the border, her slight movement as she catalogued his return. He heard the roses, which was strange and new, and he filed it carefully. He heard the deep structural hum of old magic in the blood-protected ground of the property, his mother's sacrifice still running in the earth after 10 years, warm and precise and completely intact. He heard Voss telling the story of 3 brothers and a river and the things they asked for, and the specific shape of what they received, and what that had meant for every generation downstream. He heard all of it. And sitting in his garden on a summer afternoon, 11 years old, wand in his pocket, scar quiet on his forehead, 300 serpents keeping watch around him and the best teacher he'd ever had telling him the oldest story in his blood, Harry Potter listened. Not finished. Not arrived. Not the mirror image version of himself, fully open, the light running out through everything. But building. Choosing. Becoming. The long view, the way Voss had taught him. He thought, this is what I am. He thought, and I'm only starting. Voss's voice moved through the afternoon, old and dry and completely present, the story unfolding in the language that lived in Harry's throat and bones and blood, and the garden listened with him, all those patient, watchful, scaled bodies settled into the warm ground, and the summer moved around them all, and Harry Potter, who had been alone in a cupboard under the stairs and would never be alone again, listened to the deep and ancient world tell him who he was.